Can I just have confirmation, please, about the order of witnesses? There was discussion yesterday about whether Mr. Scott would be required again or not. So, Mr. Burton, please, has a decision been made on that?
Yes, madam. Well, a decision
or
at
not.
The moment, well, at the moment, it looks like I will need to recall him because this 3-bed viability issue is not agreed. There isn't a statement of common ground anywhere for you to look at, I'm afraid. But my learned friend and I we were obviously discussing before 9:30 what we might do about this. I mean that, yeah, I don't think I can really even begin to tell you anything in case I refer to something that isn't actually cast iron agreed.
Ma'am, I can explain our position to you on this, and perhaps it's just worth rewinding a little to see how this all started. I mean, as you'll recall, I hope Mr. Ashdown in his evidence prepared evidence on the 30% issue, and this wasn't sort of covered in the evidence of Mr. Scott. And when this issue was being debated at the inquiry, it was agreed that Mr. Ashdown and Mr. Scott would go away and discuss work that Mr. Ashdown had done to consider the viability of the scheme with 30% 3-bed units being provided. Mr. Ashdown provided appraisals to Mr. Scott some time ago now, and that was intended to result in the statement of common ground that's being discussed. As far as we were concerned, the document was being prepared. We were looking at one last night after the inquiry closed. We sent back relatively minor comments on that. And then at 10:30 last night, we received a substantially amended version of that. And without saying too much about it, it's fairly clear that another hand had been added into the drafting of the document. But there are substantial changes to it. And then shortly before, Mr. Ashdown was unable to look at it at the time, given the lateness of the hour. And he's been having several emails this morning saying if he could speak to Mr. Scott about it. And the difficulty we've got is that not only does the document change reasonably substantially what the direction of travel of the document had been taking, we now understand that the matters that we took to be agreed, and which Mr. Ashdown was hopefully going to be able to report as part of his evidence today, apparently are now not agreed, despite us having correspondence from Mr. Scott on those matters. And that causes us fairly significant concern, because it appears now as if this issue is opening up in a way that goes well beyond the scope of the work that was being done as agreed when we looked at this issue at the beginning of the inquiry. And it appears as if the council is now wanting to look at this issue in a manner which hadn't been anticipated, frankly, by Mr. Scott or by anyone on our side until now. And that presents us with a real issue, both in terms of what Mr. Ashdown says today. I think it's still worth him explaining to you what work had been done, so you're aware of the position, ma'am. But if this matter isn't agreed and the council is wanting to call Mr. Scott to deal with this, we simply can't do this today, because we don't.
No, I agree. I agree. If that is the case,
yeah,
yes.
Frankly, we don't even know what the council's position is. That's the problem. We don't know what the position they're taking on the policy itself. Given the answers given by Mr. Feltham in cross-examination, whether they are applying the policy to require 30% affordable housing, come what may, regardless of the level of affordable housing that's built into that, or whether they're applying the policy in a way that looks for a mix of 3-bed and affordable housing when you apply the policy. That's the first issue. The second issue is when it comes to the figure work, they now appear to be looking at the appraisal of 3-bed issues in a way which goes beyond what had been the scope of the discussions between Mr. Ashdown and Mr. Scott for some time now, leading up to the preparation of the Statement of Common Ground yesterday evening. So we frankly don't know what we're facing at the moment. And it's really not satisfactory.
Well, Madam,
Mr. Burton, can you explain, has the council's position changed, and if so, why?
The council's position has not changed. No, I mean, the first thing, Madam, is I don't accept this characterisation of Mr. Feltham's evidence as being in any way unclear. His evidence was you apply policy DM 13, whatever subparagraph it is. Now, the council has been trying to, frankly, assist the appellant on this point. And if the appellant doesn't want to go further, then that's a matter for it. Because, of course, the council's position to you, as you know, is appellant, you haven't demonstrated. You actually just haven't demonstrated whether you can or can't get to 30%, and really that's the end of the matter. Now, what the council has been trying to do, assisting the appellant, because it's the appellant that needs to show you and is trying to show you, and this of course is not in Mr. Ashdown's evidence. The appellant is trying to show you that viably they can't get to the 30% and they can't get, well, I mean, however high they can go. But they haven't done that, of course, yet in their evidence. So the council has been trying to assist the appellant. Now, if what the appellant wants to say is, well, we don't want to go any further with this discussion, then that is not going to leave the council any worse off in its arguments to you. So, I mean, this is so really. This is not, in fact, the way my learned friend is characterising it. We are trying to help the appellant, as we would with any other applicant, but at pre-app stage, to see if jiggling around you can get to 30% or not by altering unit mixes. Now, if the appellant doesn't want to do that, that is the appellant's. I mean, that's the appellant's choice.
Hold on, this almost tries.
Yeah, Mr. Linus, please.
Airbrushes inquiry history, in the sense that if we rewind to where this started, the position where this was left with Mr. Scott's evidence, that they were going to enter into discussions with the appellant because it was a matter that hadn't been covered by Mr. Scott at all in his evidence. So the council can't turn around to us now and say, well, it's up to us to demonstrate this in circumstances where the whole last few weeks was supposed to be about discussions that Mr. Scott and Mr. Ashdown were having on this issue. So it's not right to turn around now and for Mr. Burton to say, well, none of this matters, when the whole purpose of these discussions was to try and reach some sort of agreement. You can't simply now say, well, it's up to the appellant to make its case in circumstances where the council itself had volunteered to enter into these discussions.
Well, the council isn't withdrawing its volunteering to enter into the discussions. That's not the point. Well, but my point is, you know, the council is in these discussions. I mean, we're clearly coming at this from completely different perspectives, but the council, obviously the council's in the discussions to try to help you, madam, but the council sees it as, in terms of the balance of whose case it's going to help, it's going to help the appellant's case get to the bottom of this viability. If it can show you that however much you play with the unit mixes, however much you maximize the number of studios because they're more valuable, blah, 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 you can't hit 30%. Because the position at the moment on the evidence you've got is that there's just a question mark. So does the appellant want to try to reach an agreement on the viability and see if it can prove it won't be viable on any mix or not? Is the question.
We're content, obviously, to continue the process that was agreed some weeks ago. Now it seems part of the inquiry. Just as I understand the council says it wants to. But the difficulty we have is that the way in which the council is now seeking to discuss this moves well beyond the nature of the discussions that were supposed to be taking place, as discussed earlier at the inquiry.
I suppose I don't know what that means from your perspective, Mr. Linus. You're saying it's going beyond, and I know you don't want to bring something in that I've not seen and isn't actually part of the evidence yet.
No, I mean, I think I can say, ma'am, that the work that was being discussed between Mr. Scott and Mr. Ashdown involves viability appraisals, which considered a number of different options for 3-bed provision, including 27.5%, and this built upon the information that would be included in Mr. Ashdown's proof of evidence. And that work was intended to indicate whether providing 27.5% or above was going to be viable, even without the provision of any affordable housing. And it was supposed to be based on the figures that had been included in Mr. Ashdown's evidence, but applied to an appraisal, so that could be hopefully agreed with Mr. Scott. We understood that that was the process that was being followed, and we understood that a measure of agreement had been reached on the information that Mr. Ashdown had supplied to Mr. Scott. In short, the position we now understand is that we're being told that is not actually the case. And that's come as a surprise to us, because we have correspondence received by Mr. Ashdown from Mr. Scott, which apparently does not represent what we are now told to be the council position. So obviously, it's not a case of whether we want these discussions to continue in circumstances where it's up to us. The fact is that the council and the appellant voluntarily entered into these discussions to help you. And not only are the council appearing to come away from an agreement that we've been relying upon for the purposes of preparing a statement of common ground, but they now appear to be wanting to change the basis upon which these voluntarily entered into discussions were taking place. So it's not a case of, frankly, the council being able to say, well, it's up to us now, because we've been entering into these discussions with the council on an agreed basis, and because the council is wanting to change the approach to this now, or even retract from matters that we thought had been agreed, they can't then say to us it's for us to simply put in our evidence and proceed, because it forgets the process that the parties had agreed to follow in the first place.
And when you talk about on an agreed basis, are you talking about specifics in relation to the assumptions and inputs into the appraisals, or are you talking about something else?
It was both the assumptions and inputs into the appraisals. We understood those had been agreed, and we understood that agreement had been reached on the output of the appraisal as far as 27.5% 3-bed units, I should say, with the payment of SIL assumed as part of the inputs. There was as we understood, there was a difference between what the parties were going to be saying on the outcome of that analysis if SIL deduction, the SIL deduction was fed into the figures. But we understood there was agreement as to what the position was at 27.5%, no affordable housing, and what the viability output of the appraisal would be. And obviously that would assume that the inputs had been agreed in any event. So that's the measure of agreement that we understood had been reached, which was obviously going to be relevant to the way in which Mr. Feltham, at least initially, appeared to be applying the policy.
Yes, and I don't want to go back over that because I heard that, and I heard Mr. Burton's cross-examination, re-examination coming back on Mr. Feltham on that. So I don't want to go back over that. Mr. Burton, any additional comments you want to? Because I want to find a way forward now.
Well,
rather than having blame on either
as to be all, madam. The first point is that the maths in the appraisals that Mr. Ashdown sent over, the maths is agreed. The issue, as I say, is going to be whether those appraisals reflect the best possible unit mix, with presumably maximum studios, say, if those are the things that have the most value per square foot at one end, maximum 3-bed at the other, and maybe not much else in the middle, that kind of thing. Now, so there's already a starting point of appraisals that are agreed, as I understand it. But the question is going to be, and the council doesn't know, are those the appraisals, or is there an appraisal that does the maximum? So I'm not sure that.
So is that the stumbling block that the council is asking for? Right, we want the maximum. What can possibly be achieved in terms of the maximum in relation to 3-bed?
My understanding, and these my instructions are, and this comes from Mr. Lomax, who's the council's head of development management, is what the council would always do if this was happening pre-app, or when working up an application, or even during the application. What the council would always do when an applicant comes to it and says, well, this is the 3-bed we can do, the council would say, have you, because 70% or whatever it is of our housing need is 3-bed. So the council would say, have you maximized the other units, the studios, the 1-beds, the 2-beds, in such a way as to most viably maximize the 3-bed? And obviously then we'll look at what that means for affordable housing. So because, as you imagine, what sometimes happens is that, for whatever reason, applicants might not be adjusting the other unit mixes with that in mind. So it's that step that so that step that's a stumbling block, that the council is going to say, well, that needs to be done, or you need to show that to us before we can sign up to an agreement as the council. Now, I'm not privy to what has been discussed by Mr. Scott with Mr. Ashdown, and I've not been involved with that at all. So I'm afraid, because I've been very busy with other parts of the case, this is something that is relatively new to me. So I can't gainsay or otherwise whatever my learned friend is saying about the discussions that they've had. But these are my instructions about the council's position, which of course is not Mr. Scott. It's the council's position.
The appraisals that have been discussed between Mr. Ashton and Mr. Scott were sent over a week ago to Mr. Scott, and fairly quickly after they were sent, we received correspondence which we were entitled to rely upon because they'd been sent by Mr. Scott as part of the discussions to Mr. Ashdown on what those appraisals showed. And the issue that Mr. Burton appears to be raising now is one that we've essentially heard for the first time this morning. And it appears to be reflected in the way in which the statement of common ground was amended at 10:30 last night. So what appears to have happened is that, again, without wanting to make any particular assumptions, it appears that Mr. Lomax, if he's been giving instructions to Mr. Burton, has had an influence on the way this is being dealt with by the council. But it doesn't affect the fact that, in good faith, we sent these appraisals a while ago now to Mr. Scott, and we were acting on the basis of email correspondence that we'd received back from him, confirming agreement to the work that we had done, including the mix that had been assumed as part of that appraisal. And it's
because I was under the assumption when we did the when I said that yes, it made sense for Mr. Scott to go and have a chat with Mr. Ashdown to try and come to, if at all possible, some agreement in relation to any additional work that was required. And it was made clear that agreement may not be reached, but it would be great if it could be reached. And it seemed to me to be a fairly simple process. That was my understanding, that it would be.
This is where I started, ma'am, because as you'll be aware, the way this started was that Mr. Ashdown put into his original proof information as to what would happen if you increased 3 beds to towards 30%. And as proof, he said this would be the effect on the value, this would be the effect on the costings, and this would be the result. We didn't see anything from Mr. Scott in rebuttal on that. And when this issue was then debated at the inquiry, what was supposed to happen was that Mr. Ashdown was going to take the figures in the proof, reflect those in an appraisal that Mr. Scott would look at, and that was what was done. So we anticipated that once those figures were fed into the appraisal, we could reach agreement on the appraisal, and we'd understood that had been the position as far as the fundamental issue of the viability of providing 30% 3-bed units was concerned, because we had correspondence from Mr. Scott indicating he'd looked at the appraisals, subject to an issue dealing with the SIL deduction, how that fed into the analysis. But we had thought that this process that you've mentioned, ma'am, had been followed. It's only at this late hour, 10:30 last night, and as far as I'm concerned, first thing this morning, that we've seen how this has now been developed by the council. And I understand that obviously from Mr. Burton's point of view, he's taking instructions from Mr. Lomax now, but I hope you can understand our frustration that we've been discussing these matters with the council on good faith, and it appears now that we're being told that the work that's been done over the last week or so, discussions between Mr. Ashdown and Mr. Scott, is now being sort of questioned in the way that's being advanced by the council. So we're not particularly happy with the way, well, we're not happy at all, frankly, with the way this is emerged, when it ought to have been a simpler process, as you indicate.
So in terms of a way forward.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I think I've discussed this briefly with Mr. Burton. I think it's fair to say we didn't finish this because of the beginning of the inquiry. One thought that we did have is that there are certain matters that Mr. Ashdown can give evidence on today. He may be able to, he can explain from his point of view the process that had been followed. I know we've debated it in part already, but he can explain the process which has been followed as far as he is concerned. As far as any resolution to this is concerned, I don't think we can do it today, but because it could have some bearing on Section 106 discussions, given that there is a potential relationship between 3-bed viability, affordable housing, and so on, it may be that we need to see how the discussions progress, and deal with this on the Monday when we come back to discuss conditions and obligations. That's the only day we've got in the diary for non-closing matters at the moment. It's the only option that I can see if we do need to come back on this.
Okay, can I have Mr. Burton's comments on a way forward as well, please?
Yes, well, Madam, what I haven't done, Mr. Scott, if you can hear me, can you email me possibly? I don't know if you're watching, maybe you're on the participants, but I mean,
Mr. Scott is in the meeting.
He is, there he is. So that I mean, that certainly struck me, both of us, as the sensible thing to do. And of course, the hope is that Mr. Scott and Mr. Ashdown would be able to, because it is just a matter of maths, but they would be able to agree on I say just a matter of maths, I know it's about floor spaces as well, moving it around, but they would be able to agree on an appraisal that shows things absolutely maxed out in terms of 3 beds, with the other units as done as they are to max it out, whatever that is in the time. So are you available, Mr. Scott, on the Monday? Sorry, and I should say that's Monday the 22nd of November.
Because that was going to be my next question. Are your witnesses available?
Well, that's what I'm checking with Mr. Scott now.
22nd of November.
Check that. So
yeah. I mean, if you could pop up and speak, Mr. Scott, I'm sure that wouldn't be objectionable.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just to tell us whether you
in between witnesses, so that's fine.
Good morning. Yes, I am available on that date. I'd be willing to.
Okay, good. So I don't.
And is Mr. Ashdown available?
Yes.
Linus, yes. Okay.
Okay. Well, that does seem to be the way forward, Madam.
The only thing I was going to say is that, as far as the sort of form of dealing with these issues is concerned, that Monday is there for a round table session on conditions and obligations. And given the time that we have, we probably just do need to consider, what the form of any evidence about an outstanding the outstanding position of the parties is. I mean,
I'm wondering about a round table.
Well, that's what I'm going to, because the way this issue is developing, it seems to me this is something which just needs to be dealt with as part of a round table session expeditiously, and it would feed into the later discussion on Section 106 obligations, probably.
I was going to ask whether that would be a way forward, rather than going down the route of, again, calling back your witnesses, etc., and dealing it with that way. Roundtable session does seem to be, hopefully, the best way of getting to the root of any issues and getting the evidence across, and me gaining what I need to then obviously make my decision.
Perhaps, Madam, we could I wonder if we could leave it on this basis. We're assuming, always dangerous, but we are assuming that it is a matter of working through another appraisal, presumably with some input from the architects, who are saying, in terms of how one physically slots things into the building envelopes, this can or can't be done. And one is assuming that is something that could be agreed, in which case it's a case of explaining it to you in a round table. Now, if that proves not to be the case, then it may be that the parties do need to engage in some cross-examination. And that's.
Well, I'm content at this stage because I need to change the programme anyway, is to keep it as Mr. Burton, you will call your witness back, and then Mr. Linus, you will call your witness back on the Monday. If as we get closer to that date, you both say, actually, everything's agreed, we can do this on round table, then we can turn it into a round table session. What I don't want to do is do the reverse. I'd rather set it out on the programme and make it clear that at the moment, it will be set as a evidence in chief and cross-examination sessions. Invariably, they would be very short because it would only be on very limited elements, only on these elements. But it can be changed at quite short notice into round table if that is going to be the best way to move forward. So I'm content to do that for now, if that is acceptable to yourselves, Mr. Burton and Mr. Linus.
Just bear with me, ma'am. I just need to take instructions momentarily, please.
Okay, thank you.
Could someone from the council just, I don't know who's on the call from the council, just confirm my instructions on that, please.
Am I okay to speak? I respect it.
Is that who's
Sorry,
that?
Lomax from the council.
Mr. Lomax. Yes, I just want you to confirm my instructions on this, Mr. Lomax.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I mean, I think you've just got to register the basic concern here with the process, in the sense that, as I've mentioned before, where we started, we had figures which had appeared in Mr. Ashdown's proof, which we understood were then just going to be fed into an appraisal that would be considered by Matthew Scott. And we understood that to be what was going to happen, and you were going to see the results of that. The concern we've got now is that the process that's now being entered into is going to effectively, so the knock-on consequences of the position that's being taken by the council now essentially involve going back in and re-looking at a scheme when the process was intended to be simpler at the outset. And the concern is that we end up in the discussions with the council where we start looking at unit mixes which hadn't been anticipated being looked at the outset of this process, and this effectively evolving into something which moves well beyond the basis upon which this exercise was being started. Now we are content to put this back into the programme for the Monday, but it will be subject to us speaking to the council about the process that they now appear to be suggesting. It may be that as we go through these discussions with the council and they start trying to look at, for example, maximising studio units and looking at work that we need to do to, as far as they are concerned, to look at different mixes at different levels. It may be at that stage we say, well, we don't think this is actually going to assist you. And we want to put in the effective work that was originally discussed between Mr. Ashdown and Mr. Scott to say this is what the approach was intended to be, and this is as far as we think we should go in demonstrating that. But we can let that issue work its way through in discussions between us and the council over the next little while. And if there needs to be a statement of uncommon ground about the approach to follow, perhaps that's the way to follow it.
I'm always in favour of statements of uncommon ground rather than the other way around, because it makes it then very clear what the issues between the two main parties are.
I just need to register a concern of this sort of ravelling and morphing into a process which is going beyond what I think any party at least initially thought, and probably yourself, ma'am, when we looked at this previously. So it may be that you see further appraisal work coming forward, which isn't agreed, but nonetheless seeks to deal with this issue, and that can come forward through a statement of common ground, as I've mentioned. I just thought I had to mention that just because the council is saying there is extra work that needs to be done, the result of these discussions may not be the appellant accepting once you go through the process the council now appears to be suggesting.
I fully understand where you're coming from, Mr. Linus. I'm certainly not requesting any such additional work.
Sure. The other point to bear in mind.
Nor are we. Let me say that again. It's just if we want to get to the end point, if the appellant wants to get to the end point and show one way of t'other, then it would need to be done.
Yes, I mean the other point I want to raise, ma'am, is obviously we've got the section 106, which we were intending, further to one of your previous questions, to submit on the 15th, and we bear in mind that in the section 106 at the moment that it's been agreed, as far as we understand it, that the consequence of applying the SIL deduction in the way that we've explained to you already is that if there is effectively a surplus, that goes to affordable housing. And we had agreed that with the council. And obviously this plays into the issue as to what you do when you're playing around with the surplus in a development, and the relationship between putting it towards 3-bed and putting it towards affordable housing. And part of the reason we were asking about trying to understand what the council's own approach is to its policy is that the way that the agreed approach has been set out in the statement of common ground in the section 106 as reflected in the initial viability statement of common ground is that where there is surplus created in the development, in that case through a SIL deduction, if it turns out that way, that's applied to affordable housing and not to an increase in 3-bed units. And that plays into us trying to understand exactly how the council is approaching this policy, because as I said, the agreement at the moment proceeds on the basis that any surplus goes towards affordable housing. And we're not clear as to how that agreed position relates to what may be the council's approach to its policy of loading everything into 3-bed units, even if it results in no affordable housing coming forward.
Oh, well, madam, sorry. The very, very simple response to that, of course, is because there is this particular SIL issue that will not be known until if a permission is to be granted, a permission is granted, then by which time the scheme will be fixed. So the chance to move units around will have gone. The only thing that can be done with that SIL is to put it towards affordable housing, because the opportunity to change the number of particular types of units will that will be history necessarily. So I mean that's clearly why, if the council's right on SIL, and there is SIL relief on the Tolworth Tower, and there's this chunk of money coming, it could only go to affordable housing. And I mean, unless I'm missing something, because all the unit schedules will be fixed by the permission. So I don't quite follow how that bears on.
Well, I mean, obviously we can have that confirmed by the council in discussions. That I raised it simply because we wanted to make sure that if we're submitting the section 106 on the 15th, nothing happens between then and the round table session on the 22nd. There aren't any issues that arise after the submission of that document, which might otherwise influence what goes on the 22nd. We just need to bear that in mind, ma'am.
Yeah, and yes, and I will be coming to dates. I've rejigged my program slightly for that week, so it could be that I can accept things a little bit later. It doesn't have to be on the 15th, which may then assist any further discussions. I don't want discussions to keep on going, and I do want the information as soon as possible. But I don't necessarily need them on the 15th now. I would need them by Wednesday the 17th.
Very well, ma'am. I mean,
which may give you just a little bit of time, and then I would expect no further movement. That's it. And that's in relation to the planning conditions and the planning obligations.
Very well, ma'am. I think we can work with the 17th.
So the 17th, by close of business on the 17th.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
I would be content with that, and that's on both sides. Because I've set some time aside on the Thursday to look at this. That's the only day I've got available. So now I've rejigged my program. Yes, okay. Right, so in terms of moving forward then, are we or are both main parties content, if that's the correct word, to in terms of the process that we're going to, so there is going to be some discussions today in relation to Mr. Ashdown's evidence and cross-examination, etc. But then he will be required to come back either for another session, whether that be formal through cross-examination or through round table on Monday the 22nd, and so will then Mr. Scott. Is that clear to both main parties now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. So I've gone through the programme. So in relation to the programme for the 22nd, obviously that will come first. Then we will commence discussions on the planning obligation and the planning conditions. So again, just to reiterate, if I can have everything by Wednesday the 17th, close of business. And when I say close, it's usually 5 p.m. ish. So as long as it's around that time, so that basically my case officer can send it to me either that evening or the following morning, so that it's ready for me to work on and have a look at on the 18th of November.
So, Madam, that's section 106 and the conditions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we're not going to attempt to set any kind of deadline for a statement of common/uncommon ground, because
no, because it could literally be up to the wire.
Yeah.
I mean, ideally, not first thing on Monday morning. Preferably, it can be sent the day before. I know that's a Sunday, but hey, we all work on Sundays, don't we? So,
ma'am, just as far as I'm concerned, can I raise a point, please? That obviously we're very unhappy at the way that this issue has emerged. If it is the case that the council is saying to us that certain things have been communicated to us in the absence of instructions, we need to make sure that whatever is coming from the council from now on, we can treat as positions that are being taken by the council, because it's deeply unsatisfactory to be relying upon correspondence as a result of discussions that have taken place in good faith, and be told effectively on the morning that our witness is giving evidence that matters that he had been dealing with are not considered to be the case, frankly. And we need to make sure that going forward, we don't end up in the same position where we are entering into discussions and then being told that we can't rely upon them. It's not the way these things should be done.
I hear what you're saying loud and clear, Mr. Linus. I suggest that you have those discussions outside of the inquiry now, whether you wish to talk to Mr. Burton yourself. And obviously, I know that the witnesses will be talking to each other as well. Yes, I understand this is an awkward situation. What I want is the information that I need to make the decision. Now, if Mr. Linus, you make a decision to say, no, we don't think this is necessary, we don't want to be involved in this, then I will obviously hear what you have to say on that, and then I will make my decision on the evidence that's before me. If no new evidence comes forward, that's I don't necessarily have an issue with that in relation to, I will just make my decision based on the evidence that's before me.
Yes, ma'am. I anticipate that there will be some form of statement of uncommon ground which tries to help you to indicate what has happened after today, because we think that would assist you in reaching a decision on this issue. What exactly that contains, we will discuss with the council. I'll
leave that. Yes, there's a little bit of time before the 22nd of November. I mean, ideally, I would like to receive any statement of common ground or uncommon ground, whatever. Ideally, I would like to receive it by Friday, the 19th of November. That would be my ideal. It just gives everybody time, myself in particular, to just read what it actually says. But if you need until the Sunday, that's again, Sunday the 21st, that's fine. What I don't want is to receive it first thing on the Monday, because that doesn't give me time to understand any issues, just in case there are things that I do need to give a direction on. I'm not saying that I do at the moment, but so I will leave that one in both main parties' very capable hands. So I shall leave that there. Thank you. In relation to the rest of the timetable, then the rest of the programme, are we now clear then that there may or may not be some form of discussion on these outstanding viability matters on the Monday, followed by planning obligations and the planning conditions? And then there will be the closing submissions on Wednesday, the 24th of November. That's clear now. Yes. Now, obviously, I need to undertake a site visit entering private property. I know a date hasn't been set. I have asked for provisional dates as to when whoever is going to be accompanying me, because obviously I have to have a main party from either side accompanying me and allowing me access into that. I'll be discussing that in more details in terms of the actual process, what's required, etc. on the 22nd. I will have a little discussion about the site visit. Now, in terms of dates, I'm proposing to do the site visit after closing. So it would be purely just, there would be no discussion whatsoever on site. It would be purely show me what you want me to look at, show me any physical features. That would be it. There would be no discussion. I'm starting to get very limited availability, but I could do something the week of the 29th of November. Now I can rejig that week around. I can work within that week. So within reason, there might be a couple of days where I can't. Basically, I just need to know both main parties' availability of who's attending and then which dates. I don't need to know that the definitive dates now. That can be determined. You can inform my case officer
If
as
it
to
helps,
dates.
thank you, ma'am. I mean, if it helps from our point of view, that week generally would be acceptable to us for the site visit. So we're reasonably flexible that week.
Okay. And Mr. Burton, any idea from your side who would be accompanying?
I've just sent an email. I mean, the logical people to point features you already heard about out to you would I think be Mr. Maguire and Mr. Feltham. No one else. I've just sent an email just seeing whether they.
That's fine. Again, I don't need to know the answer now, but if there is if that sometime that week is acceptable, subject to, because I don't know what other work they've got on, etc. That would be useful. I'm just looking up whether there are particular restrictions for me that week. I certainly can't do the Wednesday. So possibly the Tuesday the 30th might be better for me.
Tuesday the 30th.
But I will, if that, I can move some things around. Definitely can't do Wednesday, but I may be able to do some of the other days. Okay, so I'll leave that with you.
Yes, thank you, Adam.
And we can arrange that so that it's in my diary as quickly as possible. Okay. Are there any other updates or any other comments that I need to be made aware of before we continue? I can't think of anything, but please let me know if I've. No,
I can't think of it. I'm just having soft signals that Tuesday would work for both Mr. Maguire and Mr. Feltham. Soft signals because Mr. Feltham's being spoken for his diary by Mr. Lomax.
Absolutely, yes, because Mr. Feltham is on holiday. So
yes.
So yes,
we review that date as well, and
that's fine. If you can just send a message through to Leanne Palmer, my case officer, and yes. I can then rearrange that. That's not a problem. Are there any issues if any interested parties, and I'm talking particularly to Mr. Linus, would there be any issues if any interested parties would like to enter the buildings, or are there restrictions or safety issues that you're concerned about?
Just give me a moment to check, please.
Thank you.
Ma'am, that would be acceptable in principle, but pragmatically, we would need to try and understand how many people were turning up to the site, because there's a facilities manager, and if they're walking around the site, including the Tolworth Tower itself, we may just need to understand in terms of people getting around the building.
I totally agree. If normally I allow 1 or 2 interested parties if they wish to attend, but no more than that, because they can then impart anything that they see across to anybody else. Nobody has intimated to me or to the case officer that they wish to attend the site visit, but obviously I'm putting it out there so that if anybody is, if the interested parties are observing this and wish to, yes, they would like to attend the private elements. Obviously, anybody can attend the public side, but I've already done the public side. I've done that on my own, so I won't be going over that again.
Yeah. Madam, I'm afraid Mr. Maguire has just sent me an email saying I think I've misunderstood. He's free all days that week of the 29th, other than the 30th. Sorry, I don't.
That's fine. That's fine. We'll find an that's fine. If you can just literally send those messages as to when Mr. Feltham and when Mr. Maguire are available that week, I will work around that. And then the same for the appellant side. If you can just give me a list of the days when you're when the people who are going to be escorting me are available, then again, I will work around it. I can do other days. I just picked on the Tuesday because it was just, to be fair, it's a normal site visit day for inspectors, but I can do other days, not a problem. Just not the Wednesday. Right. Okay, thank you for that. Well, if there's nothing further then, Mr. Linus, would you like to call your next witness, please?
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'll introduce Mr. Ashdown from his main proof of evidence, and just by way of introduction, obviously bearing in mind the discussions we've had today, a certain amount of what Mr. Ashdown is going to tell you is contingent upon matters which may have to be revisited, but
I understand.
Thank you. In that context, you're Richard Ashdown. You're the Managing Director and owner of Upside London Limited, which operates under the name of ULL Property. Your qualifications include a Bachelor of Arts degree from Hull University and a postgraduate diploma in housing from Sheffield Hallam. Your company was founded in 2012 and specialised in providing advice in relation to affordable housing and financial viability and development. And prior to establishing ULL, you held the post of Director at Jones Lang LaSalle, where you provided advice in relation to affordable housing and financial viability. And over the past 30 years, you've held posts at consultancies and housing associations, including Development Director at 2 Hyde Housing Association Group subsidiaries. And in relation to this appeal, your company produced the economic viability assessment in support of the planning application. Are all those details correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Now, what I'd like to do is just take all of your evidence as read and just pick up really where we are on viability matters to help the inspector. And can you just give a summary, please, as to where you understand the outstanding issues to be between yourself and the council, starting with appraisal inputs, benchmark land value, and so on?
Yes. So as far as I understand it, in terms of what is agreed are all the viability inputs in terms of the viability appraisal and also the benchmark land value. The areas I think that are or are not resolved are matters in relation to the location of affordable housing, and apparently the 3-bed locations as well.
Thank you very much. Now, you said in your supplementary rebuttal that a pointed issue regarding the viability of affordable housing is where it's located and at some areas how it's secured. Now, you say in your supplementary rebuttal, Mr. Feltham sent an email to Barton Wilmore in September, I think, requesting confirmation of how the affordable housing, which was then proposed entirely in T3, was going to be secured. Can you just explain what sort of happened since then, please?
Yes, so since then, in response to that matter, we were instructed, I was instructed to look at how affordable housing could be delivered in relation to both phase 1 and phase 2. And we have then run an appraisal which was included in my proof of evidence, which relates to a proportion of the affordable housing, 56% in Tower 1 and 44% in Tower 2.
Thank you very much. And what was the effect of that as far as viability was concerned in the outturn of affordable housing units, please?
So while it remained that 50 units of affordable housing were viable in both those scenarios, there was a reduction of, I think it was 6 habitable rooms in relation to the revised position where the affordable housing is in 2 phases.
Okay, now we'll come back to this a little bit later on, but 56% of affordable housing, I think you said, will be complete before any occupation of market dwellings in the in Tower 1. As far as that as an approach is concerned, how would you describe it as far as delivery of affordable housing is concerned, that proportion, please?
Well, it's entirely normal to have a phased approach to affordable housing on a phased scheme in order to secure affordable housing. The fact that more than half the affordable housing is provided in the first phase is a benefit, I would say, in terms of the scheme proposals.
Thank you very much. Now, we'll come back to this a little bit later. Now, in his proof of evidence, Mr. Scott indicated that the council wanted reassurance that the Section 106 planning obligation would contain a mechanism that avoids a developer stopping at the refurb of Tolworth Tower, and the way this appears to have emerged is in the form of we understand it, an obligation to complete the development of the site. We've discussed this already in general terms. In your experience, what view do you reach on the suggestion of having an obligation in the viability context of completing the development of the site?
Well, when we've come across requirements to deliver affordable housing, then the normal mechanism is what we've proposed, which is in relation what the applicant has proposed in relation to providing affordable housing on a phased basis. I haven't come across a scenario where there's an obligation to complete a development. Thank
you very much. And again, just trying to think about this in viability terms. You say you've never come across it before. I mean, have you ever been asked to model that form of assumption in any viability assessment before? Not before, no. Okay. I mean, do you have any views as to what effect that form of mechanism to complete the site, might have in broad viability terms? Yes, I mean, there are 2 main aspects. There's the if you were to apply some form of occupation restriction, then you're going to find that, which we have looked at, you're going to find that the interest costs are significant in terms of
the impact on the viability of the overall scheme. But also in terms of restricting occupations in this particular instance on phase 1 until affordable housing is delivered in Tower 3, there are impacts around revisiting marketing, around the costs of mothballing units and then marketing them again later, around service costs of things like lifts and the like, and other services, which will be spread across a fewer number of residential units. So there is a whole host of practicalities, which or impracticalities, which come to light by adopting that kind of approach.
Just to be clear, I think in your supplemental rebuttal proof of evidence, what you have done is to say, well, locating affordable housing in T3 on page 4 of that document, you have taken on board the suggestion that you might put all of the affordable housing into T3, as Mr. Scott has suggested, to increase the extent of affordable housing overall. You've mentioned their occupation restrictions. Can you just explain to the inspector why you have assumed occupation restrictions and the effect of that?
So, at the risk of repeating some of the stuff that's in my rebuttal evidence, effectively, in response to Mr. Scott's view that more affordable housing could be provided if it was all provided in T3, I agreed with that and showed analysis which, bearing in mind some via common ground, some of the assumptions have changed since our initial submission. There were now 60 units that could be viable in T3. However, in response to the point from Mr. Scott, but also from Mr. Feltham around how could that be secured, we took the view that it would be the best way and the correct way to secure the affordable housing would be divided over the two elements. So, however, in response to Mr. Scott's view that 60 units could be provided in T3, we modelled the impact of a restriction on occupations in T1 until such time as the affordable housing had been delivered in T3. And the impact of that was to render the scheme unviable.
Okay, thank you. Now, this is the way that the issue evolved, but the position appears to be that rather than suggesting the occupancy restrictions that you modelled, let's come back to this point that the suggestion is that there's a mechanism that there should be completion of development on the site. So if the occupation restrictions that you've modelled aren't to be applied and one's looking at this concept of an obligation of completing development on the site, again, in viability terms, what view do you take about the potential impact of that approach?
Well, I think a developer would, and indeed the funder of development would require a significant increase in profit, in developer return, to account for the fact of enhanced risk of a requirement to complete the development.
You said enhanced risk as far as the developer is concerned. You mentioned funding as well. What position do you take on funding?
Well, funders require developers to, because profit is a function of risk as well as just return, and so developer would requires a developer to factor in a higher level of profit for more challenging and more risky developments. Okay,
so we have the assessment work that you have done, which assumes T3, all affordable housing going into T3 at a higher level than is currently proposed. Just drawing those factors together, if one did that, but then was contemplating an obligation to require the completion of the development, what overall view do you take on how that's going to affect the viability of the scheme, please?
So just to clarify, you're saying there's not an occupation restriction?
No, we've dealt with your occupation restriction.
So it's just a requirement to complete the scheme?
Yes.
well, in the context of requirement to complete the scheme, then an increased profit requirement would end up in a reduced viability position and a consequential impact on the provision of affordable housing.
Thank you very much. And as far as funding is concerned, based on your experience, any impact on potential to receive sort of funding for a scheme with that sort of obligation on it?
I wouldn't be able to give a definitive view, but I would not be surprised if it would make it very difficult to fund at all.
Okay. Now, just before we move on to the 3-bed issue, obviously this issue with the obligation will be dealt with as part of the 106 session. But as a related point that was raised by the inspector yesterday was that, well, if you develop T1 and that's viable on its own, and T2 and T3 on Mr. Scott's evidence are not viable, what's the incentive to progress beyond T1 under the current proposal? Now, just dealing with this in steps, you mentioned earlier on in your evidence, your experience of the approach to phased development. And how does that relate to this question of whether or not there's an incentive to go beyond T1, the normal approach to phased development in your view?
Well, I mean, I think there are a number of points. If you're, just to clarify, if your question is in relation to essentially what is the incentive for a developer to continue beyond phase 1 in a position where phase 1 is more profitable than phase 2?
Yes.
I think there are a number of issues here. I mean, the first point to make is that on any scheme, there are variations in the level of profit between phases. So a developer will typically assess a development proposal on the basis of a hurdle rate, i.e. a level of profit or a level of return. And this can vary amongst phases. And if your average or overall hurdle rate is a particular level of return, then that will inevitably some parts of the scheme will be more profitable than others. So it doesn't mean therefore that you don't therefore could do the parts of the scheme that aren't as profitable as others, and maybe be below your hurdle rate. That's the first thing to say. Second thing to say is that there is a considerable level of profit still to be attained from phase 2 in this development, as would be on any phase where you have parts of it that are profitable, are more profitable, and others less profitable. There still is profit in those parts of the scheme. And I think the third thing to say is that for the developer in this instance, and I completely recognise that the any planning permission here will go with the land and not just with this particular developer. But I think there is a point to be made here that the appellant here owns the estate, owns the hotel, owns the North Point rental units, and the absence of developing phase 2 would have a detrimental impact on the value of those elements of the estate as well.
Thank you. Just a couple of supplementary questions. You said there would still be profit in phase 2. Can you just explain that a bit further, please? Why you reached that conclusion? Why there'd be profit in phase 2 still?
Well, the appraisal which has been carried out and which we would anticipate a developer to carry out in terms of its methodology is a residual land appraisal. And a residual land appraisal has within it an element of profit. So although there is a deficit on the scheme in terms of residual land value, there still is a profit allocation in that scheme, in that appraisal.
To what extent then would that apply in your view to the development of phase 2?
Well, by my analysis, which is a residual land appraisal, there's about £13 million of profit in phase 2.
And how do you reach that figure?
By doing a residual land appraisal on. Sorry, in that instance, I beg your pardon. I've carried out a residual profit appraisal on that element in order to reach that assumption.
standing back from that, I mean, how unusual or common is it in your view to require all phases of a development to be delivered when one's looking at phased development in the general sense, in your experience looking at the provision of affordable housing?
Well, I think I said before, sorry, in terms of the requirement to deliver the whole scheme.
Yes.
Well, I think I said before that I've not been asked to model that before, so that kind of perhaps implies I've not seen it implemented. There are instances when the landowner is so on GLA schemes where it's a land requirement but not a planning requirement.
Thank you very much. Can we move on, please, to the 3-bed issue now? We need to bear in mind this is a matter that's still being raised with the council. Just explain to help the inspector where you understand the position to be, and this will be developed in due course for the resumption of the inquiry.
So the first point is that we included an analysis of 3 beds, 3-bed units in my proof of Matthew Scott did not provide any analysis of 3 beds in his evidence, and nor did he in his rebuttal proof. We therefore did not address it further, and we didn't particularly prepare for it in terms of the inquiry. As a result, to prepare it further, however, Mr. Burton raised it in Mr. Scott's evidence. It was then agreed with Madam Inspector that I would work with Mr. Scott to try and resolve the matter. Now, to be clear on this point, this wasn't a chat. We provided schedules of accommodation for 3 different options, which have been added by the architects. And we then applied some analysis in relation to the cost savings that would occur as a result of providing an increased number of 3 beds, a reduced number of units, which was provided by Rund Partnership. And then appraisals attached to those, development appraisals attached to each element. That was provided, I think, on the 21st of October, and on the 22nd of October, Mr. Scott wrote to say, we're happy with, well, it was said prior to the opening of the inquiry, but I think it's worth saying again, I consider the evidence to be accurate and agree that the appraisals reflect the scenarios presented. Based on this evidence, I think we're in agreement that the maximum viable percentage of 3-bed units is demonstrated by your 27.5% 3-bed scenario, although this relates in 0% affordable housing. So we at that point felt that was a point that was agreed, and then we've already discussed, but not is actually, as I understood it, perhaps in the inquiry before my evidence anyway. I then received an approach in relation to a common ground document yesterday afternoon. I responded, suggesting a couple of very minor tweaks, which we were happy with. And then at 10:30 last night, received a new version, not track changed, and was somewhat different, which we were being asked to sign up to.
Okay, thank you. So we are in the 3-bed issue. I mean, as far as you're concerned at the moment, Mr. Ashdown, what view do you take on whether 30% 3-bed would be viable?
30% 3 beds on this scheme is not viable either with or without affordable housing.
And then if we go back to the basic position on the provision of affordable housing, we have at the moment our offer, which is 56% of the affordable housing in T1 T1 for any market occupation, and then delivery otherwise in T3. And the point being raised against us is that it's not the maximum reasonable amount because it could all be sunk in T3. Again, you just confirm by way of summary to the inspector. Do you accept the proposition that we have not demonstrated the maximum reasonable amount of affordable housing?
No,
because
I
we're
don't.
not putting it into T3?
No.
Why is that?
Because we have accepted, bear in mind, that and agreed, because Mr. Scott agreed in his evidence that that if it were in T3 without an obligation or a restriction on occupations to secure that affordable housing, we accepted that there would be more affordable housing, and we've even identified 60 units as a number. However, it's outside of my understanding or experience that there wouldn't be any kind of restriction in occupation to enable to facilitate the affordable housing delivery. We've therefore applied such a reasonable restriction, and in my rebuttal supplementary, we have identified how that might work, and by reference to obligations sought on this particular site in the past, and that has an impact on delivery of affordable housing, reducing it by 6 habitable rooms.
Thank you very much. And if one considers everything in T3, but with an obligation to complete the scheme, how does that affect the proposition as to whether or not our own current proposal provides a maximum reasonable amount of affordable housing?
I think I'll try and answer that in a way I think the question is meant, in that by providing affordable housing in the 2 towers, it both secures it is fundable, it is deliverable, and works for the overall development in the context of delivering affordable housing. Whereas I think the delivery of affordable housing in Tower 3 is wholly problematic in terms of deliverability and fundability.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Evidence in Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Linus. Mr. Burton, please.
Thank you, Madam. Now, Madam, it won't have escaped your attention that there was lots of entirely new evidence given there, I'm sure, of which I'd had no warning and wasn't put to Mr. Scott in cross-examination. So, I mean, obviously, I do need to have a discussion with Mr. Scott about it before I commence cross-examination, and I'll need a longer than normal break in order to do so. I hope you'll understand why. I mean, I don't think it's sensible to object to these things because, you know, frankly, what's the point? You need to hear really what the witness has to say. But I am going to need time to just consider some of the new stuff.
How long do you need, Mr. Burton?
I mean, a problem is I don't know without speaking to Mr. Scott. But I would have thought that at least 40 minutes, I think, to deal with all the new things that weren't put to Mr. Scott. That's conservative. So I don't know if Mr. Scott has any views on how long we need.
Well, shall we adjourn? Because it's coming up to 5 to 11. So shall we adjourn until 20 to 12, which just gives you 45 minutes, basically?
Yes, thank you, Madam. I mean, until the chief, I had very little for Mr. Ashdown, as you might imagine. Well,
we can take this as our break. Yeah. We'd be having a half an hour break anyway, so
yeah.
It's just an extra 10 minutes. So
yes,
or 15 minutes.
Yes, please. So quarter to 12. Did you say, Madam?
Well, I said 22.
Sorry,
if we come back at 22.
Yeah.
So 11:40. And then we'll, if you can then fill me in on whether that is sufficient time for you to have gone through, or whether you need additional time. Okay,
I will.
but then give a reason as to why it's required.
Of
Okay,
course.
I'll
Thank you
adjourn
very
for now then. If we're back at 22:12 then, thank you.
much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's 11:40, so I'll resume. Mr. Burton, are you able to continue now? Was that sufficient time, or do you need longer? Oh, you're on mute, Mr. Burton.
Thank you, Madam. Just about. I hope that you and Mr. Ashdown bear with me if some of my references are a bit shonky to page numbers and the like. But subject to that, yes, I think we can get cracking.
You're content to move on, yes?
Yes,
and
thank
start. You. Okay, thank you, Mr. Burton.
Great. So, good morning, just about, Mr. Ashdown. To you, I think you know that I ask questions on behalf of the council in this matter. Can you hear me loud and clear? You are muted, I think. You muted, or are you, or does Mr. Linus need to shove the mic over to you?
Just moving the mic.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can hear you very clearly. Thank you very much. Super. Right. You probably know by now, if you've been listening into any of the inquiry, that I like to begin by asking a witness about the split of their instructions, and just so you're clear on that, as between, on the one hand, local planning authorities acting as local planning authorities, making decisions and obviously defending them at appeal and the like, and on the other hand, developers, which may include local authorities, of course. Could you give me a rough idea, please?
Yes, I don't, other than on one or two occasions, act for local planning authorities.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ashdown. And just so I can make sure I've understood correctly the extent of your time depth in terms of this this site, have I got it right that your work, as it were, goes back to the 2018 application? Have I understood that correctly?
Yes.
Brilliant, thank you. Can we begin? So I'll do what I do with all witnesses, and I'll try to give you subheadings, Mr. Ashdown, so you and most importantly, Madam Inspector, can follow through. Can I just check? Were you here, or rather, listening, or have you watched and listened on a rewind, Mr. Scott's evidence?
I listened at the time.
Brilliant. Thank you.
I haven't re-looked at it at all.
I don't. No, you listened at the time. That's what I was hoping you would say. Thank you. So the first subheading is essentially savings since April. Now, I start in April, Mr. Ashdown, as I'm sure you understand, because on in late April, I think the 28th of April, you produced an appraisal, and your client, and I'm not saying the two were linked, but you produced an appraisal and your client put an offer on the table of 11% affordable by habitable room, and then that was the offer that, as it were, started off the appeal, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and of course we know that was all in T3. Yeah. Yeah. Don't forget to say yes. I saw you nodding, but yes, sorry. Now you heard, and I just want to check whether I hope we agree, this wasn't challenged, but you heard that Mr. Scott explained that taking your 28th of April appraisal, there had been a saving since then of, and just let me say this because there is an important qualification here, but there'd been a saving since then of £2,305,236.62 if one assumes £0 by way of Section 278 highway contribution, but before any sill relief. Yep. And that figure wasn't challenged. So can I proceed?
Are you talking about savings in respect of common ground discussions, or particularly in respect of planning obligations?
I'm talking. So do you recall? I was hoping we could take this fairly swiftly. Do you recall Mr. Scott went through from where you were on your figures at the end of April 2021 and explained to Madam Inspector, this is what's come off construction costs. This is what has come off the land legal fees. This is what has come off the Section 106 assumptions that you'd included. And there was the one that there are, as it were, the two wrinkles. Wrinkle one is that you had in sorry, let me just, before I get there, first of all, do you recall all of that, Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Ashdown? Yeah. And then there are the two wrinkles. The first wrinkle is that it's right, isn't it, that as at April, you'd included an allowance. I'm not criticizing this because you didn't know, but you'd included an allowance of £250,000 against Section 278 highway contributions, hadn't you?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, subsequently, of course, you've not actually included anything, have you, for highway contributions? It's just yeah. So what Mr. Scott did, and we haven't actually heard anything that suggests at the moment there would be. But anyway, what he did is he said, okay, I will assume it is zero. And on that assumed basis, that was how he got to his £2,305,236.62 figure, correct?
Yes.
And that is correct. That's correct as a matter of maths, isn't it?
Yes.
Brilliant. I didn't think we were going to fall out about this. That figure is, of course, isn't it, before any sill relief, which we know is an issue. And I make absolutely clear that the parties are taking a pragmatic view on this. It's not an issue that will be decided until until commencement. We're not proposing that Madam Inspector grapples with this frankly difficult legal issue. So that £2,300,000 odd is before sill relief, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, great. I knew we wouldn't disagree about it. In terms of the potential sill relief, could we look up, please, the viability statement of common ground, Mr. Ashdown? Now that's CD45A. Are you working? You are working in hard copy, right? Okay. So this happily has internal page numbers and electronic that are the same, but it's page 9, and this is where we've got we can see it at the top, appraisal assumptions assuming no sill deduction, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct, sorry, yes.
And then we go down the page and we can see sill, and at the moment what's in the appraisal is, as it were, full sill. There's then this rather mysterious box. It says will reduce to 2,156,921 if there's a sill deduction in relation to the existing tower, but see para 317. It looks like there's an unfortunate hangover because there isn't a para 317. Anyway, I'm not asking about exact figures, Mr. Ashdown. The potential sill relief at issue is something over, I'm not being precise, £2.5 million. Is that right?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Next heading, subheading, or whatever, next heading is about the move of the affordable from T3 to the T3 Tolworth Tower split. Okay. Now, just in terms of the timing of when this happened, so far as the council is concerned, it learnt about this very shortly before proofs of evidence were exchanged. And that's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And you and Mr. Scott have both explained how it's now split up. Now, what I understand from your oral evidence in chief, and it was also what I understood actually from your supplemental evidence, is that subject to your point about essentially, well, occupancy conditions was what you said in your written document, but I'm based on what you said already, I'm going to just say, open it up. Subject to your point about section 106, okay, the shift of affordable from T3 to a T3/Tolworth Tower split depresses the maximum viable affordable housing, correct?
Reduces, yes.
Reduces, yeah, okay. And I just check that we are absolutely agreed as to why that is. If we go to, you've still got the common ground open at page 9, have you?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so that's probably the most sensible place to look at then. So the top of that page, it does it for two reasons, because firstly, as we can see, the Tolworth Tower private resi is more valuable per square foot, correct?
Yes.
And second, and of course, what happens, and necessarily the market resi is more valuable than the affordable housing per square foot, correct? Yeah. And so what happens is, one, because you're bringing less valuable affordable housing over to an earlier point in the build out, you increase your cost of finance because you're selling less early, correct?
Possibly. Possibly.
All right. And then the other thing that happens is, because you're swapping in terms of where the market units are going to be, more valuable Tolworth Tower market units, and they're coming up instead in less valuable T3, you're losing out there, correct?
It does have an impact on, and
yeah,
part of reducing the affordable housing, yes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, where we get to, and as I say, I make clear, I understand what you've said now in your chief and your oral chief. It's subject to section 106, but you said it, instead of the 50 units that you got to before, it would be 60 affordable units, and in habitable rooms terms and percentage terms, as Mr. Scott said, it would be 12% by unit and 13.5% by habitable room. And that's all, I think, agreed, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Okay. And we need to remind ourselves that is before sill relief, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Right. Now, regarding what you said, Mr. Ashdown, about occupancy restrictions, now we need to be, I suppose, careful in this sense, because we haven't yet seen a final unilateral undertaking from your client, have we?
I don't know.
Okay, all right. Fine. What is happening, though, as you clearly are aware, is that it's your client that's advancing a unilateral undertaking, and your client is suggesting occupancy restrictions, correct? Mr. Ashdown.
Sorry, I said yes.
Yes, sorry, I didn't hear you. Now, I'll come on to the oral evidence you gave today about the effect of the mechanism the council is seeking, okay? But just to set the scene with you, do you accept that the council has been seeking a mechanism to address the risk of failure to deliver the whole from well before the inquiry started? Do you accept that?
Yes.
Thank you. And necessarily well before Mr. Scott gave his evidence and was cross-examined, correct?
Sorry, I'd like to go back. I've not been particularly I've had some involvement in the looking at the unilateral undertaking. This particular requirement is not something I've been engaged with.
Okay, right, fine. Okay. Let me take you, please, to CD 911. Now, I should say, of course, you mentioned it.
Okay, I haven't got a paper copy of this. Which is 911? I can't hear you. I can't hear you, Mr. Burton.
Sorry, I think somehow moving a folder jogged something on the keyboard for the big screen that turned my mic off. CD 911.
Thank you. I have it now.
Brilliant. So that's Mr. Feltham's proof. And so it's a proof of evidence. And if you go, please, in that to electronic page 6, or
sorry, I've got a paper copy. Sorry.
Document page 5.
Okay.
Are you there?
Yes.
And you'll see paragraph 6.4.
Okay.
And you see here, he says, just read the paragraph, but picking up, because viability testing had shown, I think, that the Tolworth Tower refurbishment was cross-subsidising T2 and T3, the council, through me, had raised concern that the Section 106 planning obligation would need a mechanism to ensure the whole development will be built out in order to deliver affordable housing. You see, I mean, we don't, I think, need to read through the rest, but I'm just pointing you to that. Okay. I mean, if you want to keep reading, I won't stop you, obviously. And can I also ask you, please, to look in that same document to to what is paper page 28, electronic page 20, sorry, paper page 27, electronic page 28. And it's paragraphs 18.5 and 18.6. So you see, as I have explained, it's become apparent that Tolworth Tower is the most viable area and the new build towers are less viable. Tolworth Tower is effectively cross-subsidising new areas of the scheme. Additionally, Tolworth Tower, when considered in isolation, would appear to be able to support 35% affordable housing. If the Tolworth Tower park development, which appears to be supporting delivery of new towers, whereas the affordable housing proposal, blah, 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 blah. Keep reading, if that's the case, and so on. And the draft Section 106 I've seen does not seem to have a mechanism to prevent the developer delivering only the conversion of the Tolworth Tower without delivering T2 and T3, and so on. Okay.
Yes.
And there's one final reference I want to take you to, please, Mr. Ashdown, just put you in the picture, and that's Mr. Feltham's rebuttal proof, CD 916. And so I don't know if you have that in paper or electronic. CD 9, it should be CD 916. It's the final page, which is electronic page 6.
I'm sorry, you'll have to give me a paragraph number. The pages don't appear to be numbered.
Yes, no, the pages aren't numbered. It's the final page. It's paragraph 34.
Thank you.
As you see, he's just saying the draft Section 106 unilateral undertaking the appellant's offering still offers no mechanism to secure the completion of the development and therefore secure the affordable housing offered, and also, for example, the public amenity, etc. Okay, can you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. So can you now accept, Mr. Ashdown, that the council had been seeking a mechanism to address the risk of failure to deliver the whole well before the inquiry started?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And it follows from well before Mr. Scott gave evidence and was cross-examined.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Now, and I should say, of course, the reference to public amenity, etc., is because the way you've done this, the way your client's done it, is that phase one is the Tolworth Tower refurb, and everything else comes like later in what I think you're calling phase two, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Now, any suggestion, can we therefore agree that the council hadn't been clear that it was seeking a mechanism to address the risk of failure to deliver the whole well before the inquiry? Any such suggestion would be wrong, wouldn't it?
It appears so, but with the qualification that there's no suggestion as to what that mechanism might be.
Right. Okay. All right. Now, I mean, necessarily, we can come back to this, but necessarily, an occupancy restriction on Tolworth Tower, meaning that you couldn't occupy the market units in Tolworth Tower until the affordable in Tolworth Tower had been delivered, wouldn't address the concern, would it?
No.
No. Now, next subheading, cross subsidy. Okay. Do we agree that in very short form, Tolworth Tower is cross subsidizing the rest?
Yeah, in the terms that it's been put in Mr. Scott's evidence, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. And well, I mean, let's just look at let's turn up Mr. Scott's evidence, make sure we're all on the same page on this. So that is CD 912, and it's his appendix 1 that I'd like us to go to, please. And do you have, is that another hard copy document for you, Mr. Ashdown?
Yes.
Okay. So it's electronic page 19, but I think it's document page 16. Although the thing is, the appendix has a fly sheet that's page 15, and then it just starts after that.
So you're looking at the page headed Tolworth Tower cross subsidy appraisals note.
I'm looking at that page. That's where I'd like us to identify where we are. And then if you turn the page, please, he's then got a number of scenarios, and essentially he's set out scenarios 1 to 4, which show that Tolworth Tower is the viable bit, and T2 and T3 are not, correct?
Yes.
And then he's got scenario 5, which is a Tolworth Tower only scenario. Okay, now just sticking with scenarios 1 through to 4. Those haven't been challenged as a matter of maths, have they?
No.
And I presume you accept them.
I mean, they have been challenged since that output, because Mr. Scott corrected his assumption towards profit. Although, sorry,
yeah,
correction, that's in respect of number 5.
That's incorrect. Exactly. No, I mean, I was deliberately asking you about 1 to 4. So they haven't been. They've not been challenged, and that's because you accept them. Scenarios 1 to 4, Mr. Ashdown, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And just as to the why, Mr. Scott explained, but again, I'd just like to make sure that we are on exactly the same page here. I think for this, if we take up your rebuttal, please. So your rebuttal, not your supplementary rebuttal, but your rebuttal.
So 914.
So that's CD 914, correct? And at what is your, not entirely sure actually, but I think it's actually your appendix 1, but it comes after the fly sheet for your appendix 2. But it's electronic pages 10 and 12 I'd like to look at. So it's the first and the third pages of this of this appraisal. Are you there, Mr. Ashdown?
I think so. I'm looking at the hard copy in the page.
All right, I'll tell you what I'm looking at, and you can tell me if we are looking at the same page. Obviously, we've already looked at the difference in values, and we can see those again under the revenue column up at the top. We can see the rate per square foot, can't we, for the different buildings? For the market units, we see those figures that we already looked at: 650 for Tolworth Tower, 589 for T2, and 590 for T3. Yeah.
Yes.
And then it's the cost now I just want to look at with you. So I think we are on the same page. The construction costs, we've got the big figures down at the bottom, and we can see, of course, that we've got these 3 rows: construction, and those relate, and we see it if we need to from the 3rd page of the appraisal, but those relate, don't they, to the first row is Tolworth Tower, correct?
Correct.
And then it's T2 below and T3 below that, correct?
Correct.
And so we can see Tolworth Tower is cheaper to build than the other 2, correct?
To refurbish, yes.
To refurbish. Sorry, my misspoke. To refurbish. So it's more, Tolworth Tower is both more worth more on the market when you sell it, and it's cheaper to refurbish than it is to build. Yeah, right. Okay. Now, as I say, as we touched on, of course, Mr. Scott had presented a scenario 5 based on Tolworth Tower alone, and he corrected in his rebuttal, as you rightly pointed out, that the profit in there, and he also explained, of course, that it didn't actually reflect where you'd actually got to on the benchmark land value. Do you recall that, Mr. Ashdown?
Yes.
Which would in fact improve the viability of that. But of course, one has to acknowledge that, as he did, that it's got an element of hypothesis about it, because the construction costs are obviously not based on a design of Tolworth Tower alone, correct?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
So I think he acknowledged his scenario 5 has an element, sorry, my word, hypothesis, but it's got an element of hypothesis about it, because the construction costs that he's used, whilst Tolworth Tower is clearly separately costed in all your viability work, that's in the scenario, that's in the context of a scheme viability appraisal. So then maybe, who knows, if Tolworth Tower were, I think the point is, if Tolworth Tower were refurbed entirely in isolation, the construction cost might be slightly different, I think.
I'm not sure I follow.
Okay. I mean, look, I mean, it's actually, I mean, it's a point. It's
more
a point.
Or less.
Yeah, I mean, they should be more or less.
Higher, or even be lower.
Well, no, exactly. I mean, no, I think Mr. Scott was presenting it as a point against his scenario 5, just in case. But yeah, as you say, I mean, we've got the costs separately for Tolworth Tower in these appraisals, and the working assumption is that those would be the costs to refurb the tower, wouldn't they?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good. Thank you. I mean, that's helpful. And I think it's right. Or you may say this is outside your knowledge, actually, but I think it's right, Mr. Ashdown, that the Tolworth Tower part is at a more advanced REBA stage, certainly in terms of some aspects of the design process. Is that right?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. Maybe. Okay. Right. I mean, it does. And it of course does have its entirely separate energy system. So it's not got a shared energy cost in that sense, has it?
From what I understand, but
okay. From what you understand, but you say no more than that. All right. Now, as I understand what you've written, you seem to be suggesting that what Mr. Scott has done with his scenarios is just not material. Have I understood correctly what you've said in your written material?
Yeah, in my rebuttal proof, I said I didn't think it was a yet material.
Yeah. Okay. Just take a step back with me, if you would, as I invited Mr. McCurry to do yesterday. Given that the Tolworth Tower is cross-subsidising the rest, can you understand why the council would be legitimately concerned by the risk that someone, not necessarily the appellant, with a permission granted on this appeal, would do the Tolworth Tower, so-called phase 1, and then stop?
I think, I mean, as I said in my evidence in chief, I think there are particular scenarios about this or aspects of this particular development which make it less likely or unlikely that a developer would stop in that scenario, would stop halfway through. I said that in my evidence in chief.
Okay, so is that a no, or is that just a?
Your question is, can I understand why the council might be concerned?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think they should also understand. I think the council might also understand the wider aspects of this scheme to understand why it's need not be as much concern as perhaps they think it is.
Okay. Well, I'm going to come. I will now come directly on to I think that, but I mean let's just remind ourselves, because the way this has all been done is it's Tolworth Tower refurb is so called by your client phase 1, and phase 2 you've confirmed is all the rest. Now, so if only quotes phase 1 were done, then plainly there wouldn't be T2, T3, public pocket plaza, amenity deck, etc. Correct?
Yeah.
And also, and thank you for really firming up things regarding the Tolworth Tower construction costs. Also, one would be left with a situation where if the application had only been for Tolworth Tower, it would have hit the 35% fast track threshold for affordable housing, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But yet, of course, if the developer or whoever it is stopped at T1, T1 would necessarily contain well below 35% affordable housing, wouldn't it?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
If the developer just stopped at Tolworth Tower phase 1, that would be a building with on a permission under this scheme, it would be a building with well below 35% affordable housing, wouldn't it?
On the current proposal, yes.
Yeah. 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 Now, what you said in chief, and I think you referred to it earlier when you said you thought the council should understand the scheme to see why there wasn't need to be concerned, is that there would be an incentive to build out because there would still be profit. Okay, and you actually gave a figure, which I wrote down, I think, of £13 million. Yeah.
Yeah, so which is confirmed, I think, in the appraisals in Matthew Scott's evidence.
All right. Now, can we take up, please, the viability statement of common ground again?
Sorry, it's going to take me a while to find out. Put it down somewhere.
No, that's fine.
Right.
So
yes, I have.
You've got it. I hope you've still got it. Now we were at page 9. Can we go back over to page 10, please?
Got it.
And because you have agreed, haven't you, the profit or the developer return with Mr. Scott, correct?
Yes.
And we see it here: private residential 18%, affordable 6%, retail office 15%, correct?
Yeah.
Now, the way that the whole viability testing process works, Mr. Ashdown, is that profit has been agreed on the basis that no reasonable developer would build out for less, correct?
I'm not sure I would agree with that. It's a market level of profit, a deemed market level of profit of return. Not that no reasonable developer would, in other circumstances. No, I don't agree with that.
So, at a stroke, you have just exploded the statement of common ground, Mr. Ashdown. Are you aware of that?
I don't see that. I don't see that's the case now.
Well, The
These have been agreed as market levels of return.
The policy. Now, let's go to the policy. And for this, I think we better look at the London plan.
Okay.
Okay. And we need to go. So that's CD 53. And you need to go in that. Do you have it in hard copy or electronic?
I think I'm just
I'm
just getting it.
Are you okay? So you look like you're working electronically.
Bear with me. I'm just, please bear with me.
No, I'm just checking if you're working electronically or in hard copy.
Yes, yes, it will be electronically.
It will be fine. Okay, so you'll need to go to electronic page 191, please.
And what was the document reference? I'm sorry.
Okay, I apologise. It's CD 553.
Now I'll need the paper copy. Sorry, bear with me.
Okay.
Okay, I have it now.
Great, thank you. Paper copy, I think. So this is going to be paper page 176 is the start of policy H5, but I want you to look over the page to 177 to
Electronic
H5G.
$177, did you say?
177. Tell me when you're there.
Okay. And what paragraph number are we talking about?
G.
Right, okay. Sorry, I've got. Oh, lovely. Sorry, I've got a paper copy now. I do beg your pardon.
Okay.
Okay, so where is this? Where a viability assessment is required to ascertain the maximum level of affordable delivery of the SINC scheme. The assessment should be treated transparently and undertaken in line with the Mayor's Affordable Housing and Viability SPG.
Exactly. Now, do we agree that what the policy requires of a viability assessment is that it ascertains the maximum level of affordable housing?
Yes, that's the policy position.
That is the policy position. What that means when one is looking at the whole range of inputs, clearly one is not going to be, can we agree this, Mr. Ashton? But I mean, I'm really interested, but one should not be building in any kind of a buffer for in relation. I mean, we're discussing profit, but it could be anything. What one shouldn't be building in a buffer above whatever a line is that is representing the reasonable level, whatever that is.
Well, I mean, well, it depends, because I mean, the reasonable level itself does account for profit, accounts for risk. So different schemes have different risk levels, don't they?
Look, well, of course they do. I mean, that's why. Sorry. Do you agree that what the viability exercise is meant to do is identify across all the different inputs what the reasonable figure is?
Yes, I do.
I mean, I'm glad you said that, because as I say, I was really worried that we might discover that actually this is you've got to start again on this. Now, the thing is, I appreciate, Mr. Ashdown, everyone appreciates that viability work is necessarily about doing your best. You and Mr. Scott doing your best to decide what that reasonable figure is, whether it's a pound figure, whether it's percentage figure. Okay, that I accept that, and I accept that, of course, until one actually puts the shovel in the ground, or whatever, however one wants to describe it, one can never actually know. Correct?
Yes.
I mean, that's just the reality. But this is the world we work in. And on that basis, what you and Mr. Scott have agreed in the viability statement of common ground are figures for profit that you believe to be the reasonable percentages, correct?
Market level, yes.
Market level. I mean, okay. Are we talking about the same thing?
Yes, we are talking about the same thing. It's just that you
Yeah.
said no reasonable developer would develop at a lower level of profit. I'm just, suggesting that's a bit of. It seems to me it's a bit of an absolute.
All right. Well, let's just explore and see where it leaves us. Now, the normal, or perhaps put it another way, the correct assumption, and I'll use your word, market level. The correct assumption throughout all of this viability work is that people behave rationally in accordance with the market level. Yeah. Just say yes. I know we all saw you nod.
Sorry.
But, so knowing as we do, let's keep it at the high level. So the basis on which all of this viability work is done is that if, for example, the local planning authority say to one of your clients, well, we think you should be putting up with a profit level that is below market, you would say, but why would someone do that, wouldn't you?
I may do, yes. It may be a response.
I mean, look, come on. You would say no. We've got to look at we've got to look at the market for that, and you're just being unreal. That's what you'd say, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So when we consider now, coming to the facts of this case, that we know, because we've agreed that T2 and T3 are not viable in viability terms, we know, don't we, that the percentage profits we've got here for T2 and T3 are below the market level, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But we are talking about a development that is before the local planning authority in its whole. And if you think about it, if you have, as I said in my evidence in chief, if you have a hurdle rate, a profit level that a developer assumes in his development proposal, parts of that development will be below that hurdle rate and parts of the development will be above that hurdle rate. This is perfectly normal.
Look,
sorry, I go further. It's inevitable, isn't it?
I mean, I very much enjoyed this hurdle rate phrase. I hadn't actually heard of the inquiry before. Look, can we please inject, please, some reality here and just remind ourselves, as you did, but you caveated in your chief, a planning permission runs with the land, doesn't it?
Yes.
So if Madam Inspector allows the appeal and grants planning permission, there would be, we don't know what might happen in terms of parceling up or whatever, transfers of ownership and so on. But what we can identify, can't we, is that someone could refurb the Tolworth Tower, what your client insists on calling phase one. They could refurb the Tolworth Tower for what we know would be, according to the viability appraisals, a profit, in fact, above market, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And then there'd be a position whereby they or someone else, if the site was sold, would be looking at the rest, knowing that the rest would not meet market profit levels, correct?
Yes, but this is not my point is this is not an unusual position. In fact, it's an inevitable position, but for some parts of all development are more profitable than others. And if you've got a, I won't call it hurdle rate, if you've got a blended profit level, at which level the developer proceeds with the development, some parts of that development will be less profitable, will not meet that target profit level, and that's that's the norm.
Well, look, in market profit level terms, I think we agree there would be insufficient incentive for someone to build out the rest. In market profit level,
the development is seen as a whole. It's the application that's before the local planning authority.
Well, I think we've agreed, and just make sure this, I'm not mistaking Mr. Ashdown, we've agreed that the rest would not be deliverable at market profit levels, haven't we?
Yeah.
Correct? Yeah.
But I did also say in my evidence in chief about the whole estate. And
don't worry, I'm coming on to that.
Okay.
Right now. Okay. Yes. Now, what you I'm sorry, I hope I'm not misunderstanding, but what you said in your chief was about your client being the landowner of the whole, correct? And it affecting the value of the travel lodge and the North Point if the whole scheme isn't built out, correct?
Yes, potentially, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, of course, that was something, yet another thing that wasn't put to Mr. Scott in cross, was it?
I don't recall.
Well, it wasn't. Okay, you don't recall it. I mean, just as everything you said about everything you said about there being an incentive to develop the rest and 13 million pounds and so on, that wasn't put to him, was it?
I don't recall.
No. Okay. anyway, this point. So affecting the value of the Travelodge and the North Point. Now, we don't have any evidence about that, do we?
No.
Again, let's stand back from this. The value of the Travelodge and the North Point is what it is at the moment as matters stand, correct?
Yeah.
Now, we know, and I want to fully acknowledge this, that the external deck sits in phase 2. We've already discussed this, but were you aware, Mr. Ashdown, you may or may not have been, that your client's landscape expert was quite keen to tell the inquiry that despite reference to the landscape podium deck being for Travelodge as well as the scheme in the planning statement, that was really all about the access and egress from the essentially the rear door. Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. Now, just thinking about this from really first principles, if the Tolworth Tower were refurbished, but the rest wasn't done, then essentially it's a status quo position for Travelodge and North Point, isn't it?
Well, not really, because
I suppose you'd have more people coming through the entrance.
There's no continuing asset management is there if it's less there. If you own an asset, then you're looking to improve that. So I wouldn't say it's necessarily status quo. Isn't it likely to sort of decline over time if it's just left?
Sorry, but hold on. No one's doing anything to Travelodge and North Point in this scheme. No. All right. I mean, if the owner wants to refurb them or something like that, well, that's no part of this scheme, is it?
Well, only insofar as owning the whole estate will improve the or maintain the any landowner wants to maintain the value of their asset.
And I mean, of course, I do know, we mustn't forget that if the rest wasn't done, then I suppose that would mean that Travelodge and North Point would continue to enjoy all the car parking spaces they've got at the moment without disruption, wouldn't they?
I'm not certain on that point. Forgive me.
All right. Well, I think because I think the thing is that I mean, certainly in terms of the top level of the deck, if that doesn't become a landscaped area, then it just stays as car parking, doesn't it? If you stop at so-called phase 1.
Yeah, I'm not certain on that point, but
all right. Okay. Okay. And equally, the North Point residents on the Travelodge wouldn't experience all the construction disruption of the rest of the scheme, would they?
The temporary disruption, yes.
Yeah. Now, I said I'd come back to the mechanism the council seeking. Now, I mean, you said earlier, well, it wasn't clear what I don't know what the wording would be or something like that, but I mean, certainly we say it couldn't be clearer. Put a mechanism in your unilateral undertaking that addresses the risk. Okay. You said you've never come across a situation like this before, where such a mechanism has been included, correct?
A requirement to complete a development, which is what I interpreted it to be. But I still none of the references you gave me made it clear to me exactly what mechanism that the council is after.
Yeah, and you said it would, if I've got this right, Mr. Ashton, you said it would affect the required profit and the approach that funders would take to the required profit, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. But can we just remind ourselves, you said you'd never come across this as a requirement, correct?
Yes.
Right. So, you've never come across it, and you've not actually pointed us to any evidence about the effect, have you? Other than what you said?
No, I haven't.
No.
But I do consider that there would be additional risk in a requirement to complete the development. Would you agree with that, that there's an additional risk in the requirement to complete the development?
Mr. Ashdown, it's not for me to answer questions, but that does lead me neatly to my next question. This wasn't put to Mr. Scott, was it? All of this stuff about you increase the developer profit and the funders would want more profit, was it?
I said I don't recall.
Okay. Well, okay. Yeah. And I mean, I noticed you didn't tell us in your evidence in chief that you'd gone off to funders or developers and discussed this point, did you?
No.
No. Okay. Just give me a moment, Mr. Ashton. I just need to check my notes. Yeah. I mean that 3 million, sorry, the 13 million pounds as well. And you said you got that from Mr. Scott's appraisals. So do you want to just show me that, so you can show me what you did there?
Yeah, it's proof of evidence.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's in the appendix. I'm just trying to.
Sure.
Basically, it's the profit allocation to towers 2 and 3. So building 2 scenario 3 and building 3 scenario 4, those are the profit levels within there.
Yeah, but these don't take into account the viability deficit, do they, of T2 and T3? No. So you'd have to take off, I think it's 2,832,900 £291 and 3,142,531 from T3, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So that's the 13 million gone. Okay. And then final, I think this is the final one actually, Mr. Ashdown. Oh, sorry. No, it's the penultimate subheading. Sorry, penultimate heading, 3-bed units. Okay. So could you please take up the core strategy, which is CD 5.4.
Okay.
And go in that to hard or electronic?
I've got it on hard copy.
Hard copy. Okay. If you go in that, please, to page 149. I want to look at DM13 with you, please. And that's electronic page 157, madam. And it's B, Mr. Ashdown, at page 149. And obviously, this is what the council expects from new residential development: incorporate a mix of unit sizes and types and provide a minimum of 30% of dwellings as 3 or more bedroom units. Unless it can be robustly demonstrated this would be unsuitable or unviable on sites, particularly suited to large family housing, this minimum figure should be exceeded. Okay, so that's the policy wording we're interested in. Now, I don't understand it to be in dispute, Mr. Ashdown, that the policy isn't to be applied on the basis that if you can't hit 30%, you shouldn't try to get as close as you can to 30%. Is that right?
Well, it isn't what it says, is it?
I'm sorry.
I'm asking you about how you've approached it, Mr. Ashdown.
I'm sorry. I'm not. I don't mean to cut across, Mr. Burton, but I'm just wondering why this question is being put to viability expert as opposed to the planning expert who looks at how policies to be applied. I appreciate, obviously, Mr. Ashdown has done viability calculations in relation to 3-bed units, but I just question why it's being taken to an interpretation of planning policy.
Have you finished, Mr. Linus?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. So, Mr. Ashdown, clearly you have taken the approach, haven't you, that if you can't get to 30%, then you look at what you can get to. And that's why you were asked by your client, I presume, to set out the different scenarios in your proof, paras 7.5 to 7.7.
We wanted
correct?
We carried out some analysis, yes, in that regard.
Yeah, and I mean, look, sorry, I mean, I'm very surprised by my learned friend's interjection, because I can't see that there'd be any point doing that, Mr. Ashdown, unless it was understood that if you can't hit 30%, then you look to see what you can hit, correct?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Now, what you've done in your proof is at power 7.5 to 7.7. And have I understood correctly that what you've done is you've shown the impact of increasing 3-bedroom units from their, sorry, I've got your title.
Beg your pardon. I'm just trying to, yeah.
Sorry.
For documents, and I'm trying to identify my.
No, that's fine. Right. Sorry, I should say this is obviously CD 9.2. You have shown the impact of increasing 3-bed, Mr. Ashdown, haven't you, from its current a bit below 7% to 11.91, 18.98, and then 27.5. In terms of gross development value, that's your 7.5. Costs, your 7.6, and then the net value reduction, your 7.7, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
And I was, as you know, from following Mr. Scott's evidence, it was agreed that I would provide backup to that in appraisal terms to Mr. Scott and have a conversation about it.
Yeah, sure. Now, look, obviously, what this doesn't show, Madam Inspector, or anyone, it doesn't show anyone whether there would or wouldn't be a surplus when in terms of, well, actually any of the scenarios, does it? And doesn't show you what that surplus or even deficit would be.
It's not run through a residual land appraisal, no.
Yeah. Sorry, we agree. It doesn't show that. Doesn't show whether there'd be a surplus or a deficit and what that would be. Correct?
Well, the implication is that the revenue is less in the scenario, and the net revenue is lower. But yes, it doesn't show it doesn't in terms of the same way we run the viability appraisal normally. It doesn't demonstrate that. No.
Yeah, fine. And obviously it doesn't tell anyone what the amount, if there is a surplus. It doesn't tell anyone what. I mean, we're going now another further step. It doesn't tell anyone what the amount of affordable housing that could be delivered with that surplus would be, does it?
No, it doesn't.
No. And it doesn't tell us anything about whether it would be possible to maximize the number of 3 beds by playing around with the mix of the other unit sizes, does it?
No, it doesn't. No.
And just to, I mean, on that point, in very broad terms, it's right, isn't it, that the smaller the unit, the more valuable it is to the market per square foot.
If you're talking about a studio flat and a 1-bedroom flat, then yes, but there's also a market-facing mix of accommodation, isn't there?
Yeah. But okay, I mean, let's just check, bottom it out. I think we can see it if we go to CD19, which is your December 2020 viability appraisal report.
Okay.
Do you have that in hard or electronic copy, Mr. Ashdown?
I've got it in paper form.
Okay. Right. Well, I might struggle a bit with my reference. I've got an electronic reference to that. Just bear with me, please. Now. So it's an electronic page 238, and it's within the Knight Frank pricing document. But I'm afraid because the document, the hard copy, doesn't obviously have pages that run through in pagination, rather, I can't give you a page number.
Yeah, I'm in the Knight Frank report generally, so.
Oh, great. Okay, so the page that I'm after, as I say, it's electronic 238, and it should be the second page under the pricing section, where there's a great big page that's just a kind of pretty geometric pattern.
Okay.
And then there's a page that says pricing, and it says pricing summary. Having considered a range of comparable evidence within the local area and accounting for the difference in location, scale, and amenities, the below table summarise our anticipated pricing. you see that for the private component of the process?
Now got an electric version. So
oh, great. Okay. Well, okay. It's electronic page 238.
Yeah.
And as I say, in very broad terms, yeah, it's setting out here. I mean, this is building 2 and building 3, but we can see here it's got averages per pound per square foot. You see that for the different types, and basically they start off at 632 per square foot for a studio, and then they go down.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So that's.
I didn't dispute that.
No. Okay, all right. Okay. Good. Good. And just, I mean, looking, of course, at your Paris 7.5, 7.6, and 7.7, but there's no question, there's no dispute, is there, Mr. Ashdown, based on your own working, I think here, that one could viably increase the number of 3 beds from the present just shy of 7%, correct?
Just trying to recall from the analysis we did for Mr. Scott.
Okay, sorry, you don't need no need to get anywhere near that. Your paragraph 7.8 in your proof, Mr. Ashdown. Right. What you say there, you're talking about the different options, and if you pick it up in the second sentence where it reads for option A.
Yeah. For
option A, I consider there would be a reduction of 7 London affordable rent units or equivalent. Now we know this is in the context of an offer of 50 affordable units, correct?
Okay. Yeah.
So I know you're talking in broad terms, but I can see and I can read that. That means that you're saying there would still be, with something close to doubling the number of 3 beds, so 11.91%, still be more than 40 affordable units in there.
Okay. Yeah.
And therefore, I know you're saying it would be viable, correct?
Yeah, and that's
Brilliant.
That's all. Yeah. But there's a knock on the amount of affordable housing.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Now, almost there. Can I ask you, please, about benchmark land value?
May I just though
yes.
just reinforce one point, which is that
yes,
I'm not sure it quite got through around the the market-facing mix of accommodation. You can't just just simply sell a block of studio flats because demand varies.
Right. Can I ask you, please, about benchmark land value and the Montague Evans valuation? Now, I presume you are familiar with the Montague Evans valuation.
Yeah.
We may not need to turn it up. As you know, their valuation is on the basis that there would be demand for offices here, correct?
Some, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, if the demand that is the basis for their valuation, if it didn't exist or it was lower than their view, that would necessarily depress the valuation, wouldn't it?
I mean, it's a valuation as at April. If they took a different view of the market, then that would be an alteration in the valuation. Yes.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, it's a simple point. If the demand were less than they believe, it wouldn't push the valuation up. It would push the valuation down.
All other things being equal.
Yeah. And again, all other things being equal, if that happened, it would push the amount. It would mean that it would be more viable to have some affordable housing. So if valuation goes down, affordable housing goes up, correct?
Yeah.
Now, do we need to turn it up? We may do. Maybe we should. Maybe you're very familiar with it. If we need to turn it up, and I think we probably should turn it up to be absolutely clear about this. It's CD24. So if you want to look at it.
Yeah, I have it here.
Okay. There's nothing, is there, in the way Montague Evans have arrived at their valuation, which is on the basis that the demand is somehow time limited, so it just stops after a certain period of time.
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah, thank you. Right, could you just bear with me whilst I just check, Mr. Ashdown, whether my team have any further questions. Could I ask my team to let me know? I'm obviously looking mainly Mr. Scott, but any email from you. I'm checking my WhatsApp as well. Mr. Scott, are you there? Any further questions, anyone? No. Right, great. Thank you ever so much, Mr. Ashdown. Thank you for answering my questions. I've no further questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. Mr. Linus, would you like to do your re-examination? I haven't got any further questions at the moment.
Right, Mr. Ashton, just bear with me for a moment while we go back to the start of the cross-examination. Trying to gather together some questions that were asked at the beginning but were relevant to matters that were raised later on. Yes, you're asked some questions about the work that has been done by Mr. Scott to look at the development of T1 with 35% affordable housing. And let's recall those questions. To what extent do you regard that exercise as material or immaterial to the question of whether this proposal provides a maximum reasonable amount of affordable housing?
Well, I said in my rebuttal I felt it was not material.
And why is that?
Because the proposal before the LPA is a consolidated proposal.
Thank you very much. And to what extent is that material or immaterial to the question of whether developer of this scheme will build out beyond T1, in your view?
I think it's not material.
Thank you very much. Now, you're then asked a series of questions on this theme about building out beyond T1, the question of incentive. Just step away from this site for a moment and just take your experience of development sites in London and the process of conducting viability assessments. To what extent, in your experience, is it common, unusual, how do you describe it, of asking the question of looking at whether one part of the scheme is unviable as opposed to another part of the scheme?
Unusual.
And why is that?
Because developers look at the whole and other the viability assessors looking on behalf of the local authority look at the development as a whole and the profit margin required as a whole.
And again, is it common, unusual, how would you describe it, to have a part of a scheme which has a lower level of viability than another?
I've already said I think it's very, very usual.
In that context, is this site a usual, common, unusual example of what you find elsewhere in London in that sense?
Well, it's got its, there's no question, it's got its complexities, but I wouldn't expect it to be looked at in any different way.
Now, as far as this question of incentives to develop T2 and T3 on the road is concerned, bearing in mind that general approach is being taken in your evidence to development in other sites in London, what view do you take in general terms about whether there would be an incentive to develop out beyond T1, given the general approach that you said is taken to developing sites in London?
So I understand that to mean, is there, what incentive is there for the developer to complete the development? Well, I think that clearly they've entered into the overall proposal in the expectation of a certain level of profit in cash terms. So they would be wanting to develop the scheme in order to secure that return. And I also think it's for the asset management of the overall estate. It's in the interest of doing that to complete the development as well.
And if it's right, given the experience you've mentioned, that one looks at schemes as a whole in that sense, developers look at schemes as a whole in that sense, what would you expect this developer to do based on your past experience?
Develop the whole scheme.
Thank you very much. Now, you asked some questions about the approach to the profit that would be available if one was to take this notional approach of looking at T2 and T3. Just want to sort of put yourself in the shoes of the current landowner of the estate, and one is putting yourself in this notional position of having developed T1 and one then is faced with T2 and T3. Okay, if one takes the results of Mr. Scott's viability appraisal conducted on this benchmark land value basis, what prospects, in your view, do you consider there would be for this landowner selling on T2 and T3 based on the viability appraisal that was being carried out by Mr. Scott?
Well, as a standalone, on the basis of Mr. Scott's evidence, it would probably not achieve a significant sales value.
Okay, so in those circumstances, what do you consider this landowner, this developer, would do in those circumstances?
To obtain a return from that part of the development, he would need to build it out.
Thank you very much. And if one looks at Mr. Scott's appendices to his proof of evidence, please, you were taken there by Mr. Burton. One looks at the assessments for building 2 and building 3. Do you recall being taken there?
Yeah, I think I've got them.
Now, we know at this stage, one looks at the appraisals. It's the appraisal for building 2, first of all, please.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have the page number in my paper version. We've been there already. If one looks down here, we'll see there isn't an acquisition cost. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. What do you know about how that's been dealt with within this appraisal? The acquisition cost?
It seems to all be in this scenario 1,
Okay.
which is the total.
Okay, so acquisition cost isn't there. You're asked about the profit levels, and you took Mr. Burton to the 9.5 million for building 2. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And then for building 3, the 4.3 million. You see that?
Yeah.
And the point was put to you, well, that's your 13 million loan because you haven't looked at the surplus deficit. Do you recognise that? if one takes the surplus and deficits for building 2 and building 3 as well, do you see that?
Yeah. So the 2.8 and the 3.1.
Yes. If one allows for that in the profit figures, what happens to the profit?
Well, it's roughly speaking, looks like sort of it's about 14 minus 6, so 8.
Okay, so in circumstances where the developer would not be able to dispose of the site in the way that's been discussed, what view do you take about in those particular circumstances?
Sorry, Mr. Linus, Madam, I don't believe any of the witnesses said the developer wouldn't be able to dispose of the site. Don't understand where that's come from.
I'm asking about the implications of the way that Mr. Scott has conducted the viability assessment.
No, but you just put that in. You put to the witness that in the circumstances where the developer wouldn't be able to dispose of the site that we've just discussed, and I don't recall any such.
I asked Mr. Ashdown what the implications of the negative viability assessment would be in the for T2 and T3 if this landowner was going to try and dispose of the site, and he's given us evidence on that.
Oh, I know, but you didn't have any discussion about someone not being able to dispose of the site, unless I was missing it, but I don't recall it.
No, this is in response to your questions on the approach taken in this viability appraisal.
No,
I'm asking how this land.
Mr. Linus, you just told the witness, you just discussed with him about someone not being able to dispose of the site, and I'm saying you haven't had a discussion.
I was referring to my previous question. I wasn't referring to a discussion I had with him earlier on. I was referring to my previous question when he answered what the implications would be of these viability appraisals for this landowner trying to get rid of the site, following the approaches being taken by Mr. Scott. And I'm asking him a subsequent question based on his answer to my previous one. Quite simple, really.
Mr. Linus.
Can we go back to my question then, please?
Yeah, Mr. Linus, can you continue, please?
Thank you very much. If one takes the level of profit you just identified, Mr. Ashdown, what view do you take about whether there is any incentive for this landowner to develop out T2, T3?
Well, the only way to recover or to achieve that level of return is to, and also to hit his profit requirement for the entire site, is to develop the site out.
Thank you very much. Later on, you were asked about this question of a risk in circumstances where one's moving away from the overall question of incentive, but it's the risk to a developer of T3 all being in all affordable housing being in T3 with an obligation to complete development. You recall that?
Yes.
And you said there's not partly any evidence of the actual effect on risk other than what you said. You said, but you then said in response, but I do consider there would be additional risk. Just explain to the inspector what you regard that to involve, please.
Well, there is risk in building sort of tower or tall building developers, which is greater than the risk in relation to building houses, because it's hard. Once you're into a phase, you're into that phase. So the developer in this scheme is already, which is why we've got we've agreed the level of profit that we have with Aspel Verde on the basis that there's a lot of capital lockup, and you're not really getting your return out of the building until you've finished it in terms of the first phase, and then again in terms of the second phase. To combine those two and have a requirement that all of those buildings is finished, are completed and finished, adds additional market risk because of the longer term of the longer term view and one is having to take at the market sustainability, and secondly, in terms of the capital lockup.
Now let's move on to 3-bed, please. You're taken to paragraph 7.5 and following of your proof. Can we take it up, please? Page 10. through. And you're taken through the different options that have been conducted in your analysis by way of GDP reduction, cost reduction, and a net value reduction. And the point was put to you, well, it doesn't show your particular sort of surplus deficit or what it would be if you accepted that. If we look down to 7.8, please, you say for option A, it's identified there, which is 11% reduction of 7 London affordable rent. And for options B and C, consider the impact be to reduce the viable level of affordable housing to 0 or below. Do you see that? Mm-hmm. Again, you haven't got the particular surplus or deficit figures in there, as I think you accepted. What view do you take, in general terms, subject to discussion we're going to have about the availability of surplus or deficits in the way you've mentioned affordable housing go to 0 or below 7.8?
Sorry, the availability of so.
Yes, you say a viable level of affordable housing goes to 0 or below. To what extent is that relevant or irrelevant to this question of surplus or deficits?
Well, I'm slightly unclear. Is this a policy question in terms of?
No, it's the question of whether the reference to affordable housing going to 0 or below, does that indicate or not indicate any consideration of surplus or deficit in your part?
It assumes a deficit. It indicates there would be a deficit.
Thank you very much. And questions were then put to you about whether it would be possible to maximise the number of 3 beds by playing around with the mix of other units. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Now, has there been any? Well, let's just pause and rewind a little bit. The work that you have done with Mr. Scott, did or did that not include information on housing mix other than 3 beds?
Yes, it did. There's a full accommodation schedule with each option.
Since you provided that information, to what extent have conversations with Mr. Scott or otherwise indicated a desire to reconsider the mix that was in your original work?
There's been no indication of that consideration by the council.
Put another way, has there been any suggestion that the approach you took to mix should be changed?
No.
And you put some questions on the viability of increasing 3-bed units. Bearing in mind the work that you've done, can you summarise, the Inspector, what would be the consequence of the impact of increasing 3 beds? First of all, to 27.5% as included in your option C.
That would not be viable. Would it be a break-even position at 27.5% 3 beds, assuming 0 affordable housing?
Thank you very much. And at the lower levels that are indicated, impact of increasing 3 beds?
So the lower levels with the current offer level of affordable housing would show a deficit position.
Thank you very much. And just going back to this question of the mix, you were put various questions about the values of smaller units and potential effect that would have. Beyond Mr. Burton's questions of looking at the mix that were included in your original viability assessment, are you aware of any particular mix that the council would be suggesting?
No.
No. And if one is going to go through that exercise, you can underline if, Mr. Ashdown. Insofar as it was being suggested that, well, one looks to maximise viability by loading in studio flats in the way that the figures showed in that viability appraisal, is that an appropriate approach in your view when considering the question of whether you could viably provide 3-bed units at 30%?
I think we would we would need to take markets advice, which I'm sure has already been taken, but markets advice in relation to an appropriate mix of accommodation.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Linus.
So, Madam, there is one slight problem that comes out of that re-examination just at the end there, because unless I misheard and mistyped, I understood my learned friend to put a question to Mr. Ashdown on the basis that there'd been no suggestion of a desire on the part of the council to alter the mix, and he said no, there hadn't, which obviously is not accepted. See our discussions earlier this morning.
Well, I think in fairness, Mr. Curtin, I should have asked the question until this morning.
Well, or until yesterday, perhaps. But I mean, I think as long as we're clear about what it is we're talking about, and I don't want to make a big deal of it, but
well, that's fine. I hope that was implicit in the question. But if I needed to ask it on the basis from the time that Mr. Ashdown put his work in until last night, that was the position I was referring to.
All right, okay.
I've made a note of that, so that's clear.
I hope that was clear.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ashdown. I haven't got any further questions at this time, so you are released from the witness stand, but obviously not released from further questioning, because you may be required on Monday the 22nd. Okay.
Does this mean I've heard other witnesses been asked to not talk about the case? Am I?
No, you can talk about the case, because this would basically mean you coming back as not as a new witness, but coming back on other matters that haven't been heard. So you are able to as Mr. Scott is able to talk about the case, you are able to talk about the case. So there's no restrictions.
Thank you.
Okay, but obviously then we will see what happens on Monday the 22nd as to whether it will be formal in relation to cross-examination or whether it will be deemed better to deal with it by round table. Okay, but that won't be decided until the two main parties talk to each other and see if there is an element of common ground or whether it is uncommon ground. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Ashdown.
Thank you.
On that basis, what I would like to do, I know we've got Mr. Taylor. What I'd like to do is stop for lunch now. I think it's an appropriate time. The timings for Mr. Taylor, there's no issue in relation to finishing this afternoon, is there, with Mr. Taylor at all?
No, ma'am, I don't anticipate. So you've already had his presentation.
Yes.
And I'm not going to ask him to revisit the overall design of the scheme. There are a few points which, as you'll be aware, have arisen through the
there are
to the inquiry, and that would be the main focus of his evidence.
Okay, I was just making sure, because I don't want to obviously have a repetition of the presentation or anything like that. So that's good. Thank you. Well, can I suggest then it's 23 minutes past. So can we be back at 2:25, please? So I'll adjourn for now. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Time's 2:25. So I'll resume.
I've not been let in.
Thank you, ma'am. Just waiting for Mr. Taylor to.
That's fine. That's what I'm waiting for.
He's in the lobby, I understand, so we're just waiting for him to be let in.
Should we take 5 minutes so Mr. Taylor doesn't feel he has to run to his seat?
No, he's in his seat. He's in the lobby. There's some Zoom meeting. He's waiting for someone who's running Zoom to let him in.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was in the lobby of your building. Sorry.
I knew what you meant, Mr. Linus. In the Zoom lobby.
Just dropped out.
He's been kicked out of the Zoom lobby.
Mr. Lomax is the coolest.
No, Inspector, it's Mr. Lomax. I did let Mr. Taylor in, but now he's disappeared. He's not in the lobby anymore. So I don't know if you can contact him and ask him to rejoin.
Thank you, Mr. Lomax.
You are deafening, Mr. Lomax.
Oh, sorry, I'm getting very close to the computer. It should be me.
There he is. I just see it on the participant list now.
There we are. I shall stand back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lomax.
Right.
Excellent. Lovely. Thank you. Over to you there, Mr. Linus, for calling your next witness.
Right. Thank you very much. Ma'am, as Mr. Taylor has given evidence already to the inquiry, I wasn't going to introduce him formally from his proof unless you'd like me to for anyone who may be watching but who wasn't here at the start of the inquiry.
It might be useful because it wasn't quite as formal then. It wasn't.
Yes.
He wasn't giving evidence in that same. It was a presentation. So if you would like to just do it as per normal.
That's absolutely fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
You are Mark Howard Taylor. You're a chartered architect, a member of the Royal Institute of British Architects, with a Bachelor of Arts degree, a diploma in architecture, and a further postgraduate diploma in project management and property development. From 1987 until April 2006, you worked for Reed Architecture, which is formerly Jeffrey Reed Associates, becoming a director and shareholder in July 1993. And you joined 3D Architects as a director and shareholder in April 2006, and you're closely involved in the merger of 3D and Reed Architect in 2007 to form 3D Reed. And as a founder of the firm, you have a continuing responsibility for practice leadership and well-being. You have experience of master planning and delivery of large-scale mixed-use projects in both the UK and overseas, gained over more than 30 years. And you said you maintain a personal involvement with projects and keep in close contact with the client at all key stages. And you've previously given expert evidence of public inquiries. And you confirm that 3D Reed as a firm has extensive knowledge of design and master planning for residential developments, including a diverse selection of projects in Greater London. And you're delivering schemes that include all tenures of housing, ranging from 4 to over 3,000 units. And you set out details of your experience and that with 3D Reed in the appendix to your proof. Are those details correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much. Now, ma'am, obviously we've had the presentation already. I'm not going to ask Mr. Taylor to revisit that. There's just a few headings that, as I have done with other witnesses, I'd like him to pick up as we go through his evidence in chief.
That's fine. Thank you.
The first one, Mr. Taylor, is a point that Mr. McCurry began his evidence with yesterday. The heading is the complexity of the site and the history and complexity of the site. Can you just explain to the inspector, please, as an architect and a scheme designer, the extent to which this has influenced your approach or how you've taken this into account, please?
Oh, excuse me. I mentioned that in the presentation seems a while ago that this is a complex site. That it was suggested by Mr. Feltham that actually it was simple, but I think it's important to understand that the nature of the buildings, the nature of the complex, and the legal arrangements that exist. There are well over 80 leases or licenses across the property, all of which have rights, all of which have boundaries of operation. We have daily visits from a significant number of people. And so from my perspective, one has to take all of that into consideration when designing the project. And I think it's fair to say that the existing building fabric provides significant challenges because of its age, because of its dilapidation in part, and because of its sort of design at a time when the demands and desires of current occupation are different. So when I talk about complexity, I'm talking about the overall review of the existing complex. It's 1.3 hectares. It's over 450,000 square feet of development of occupational space. That's a big scheme in anywhere in London, and therefore, one ought to respect it for that scale. So I think that hopefully that answers the question.
Thank you. Just staying with this point just for one more moment. I mean, how has that influenced the nature of the analysis that you had to carry out and actually working out what you're going to put on the site in architectural terms, in terms of survey work and so on?
We've undertaken a significant measured survey of the existing buildings, and so it's quite clear that one has to sort of dovetail into the existing levels, and bearing in mind you've got substantial basement, ground first and second with all different floor heights. But also what it means is that and I know we've made reference over the last couple of weeks to the red line, but the red line for development is determined by the existing leases and existing arrangements with the current tenants. So once we have evaluated the context of that red line, the adjacencies, the relationships with the boundary, the relationships, and how we tie into the existing fabric, that has determined how we've come up with the solution we have. And there's a sort of sense, I suppose, that we've been quite lucky because Ove Arabs were the structural engineers for Seaford scheme 60 years ago, and our engineers would have been able to secure the original data that was the design data, calculations, etc. So it's meant that we've actually got a good visibility of the property, and that's enabled us to actually think very carefully and understand how to connect into the existing structure. It is fair to say that the structure is fragile. Not only is it deteriorating, some of the concrete's deteriorating, but one of the things that we've realised is that the actual loading capacity of the existing structure is pretty much at limit, which means that unlike a lot of modern buildings where there is a sort of an over-design to cater for future, this is absolutely designed at limit. So when we're looking at external facade design of T1 all the way through to connecting in the new buildings, you've got to take into consideration that existing structural sensitivity. So it is quite a complex arrangement.
Thank you very much. Next heading, please, is about context. Now, I know that you have given your presentation. You've mentioned the previous resolution to grant amongst other things. But again, just to set the scene, can you explain to the inspector briefly how the townscape of the proposal has evolved as a result of your contextual analysis and the factors which influence that, please?
The key drivers for us at the beginning of the design process when we were introduced to the project were to look at not only the sort of existing relationships with adjoining owners, the context of what is actually on the site, but also policy and precedent. And although the Tolworth area plan is not adopted, it was quite an important starting point for us, because it was a reference point where officers and external consultants with officers had reached conclusions regarding density and building heights and development opportunity. And so from our perspective, at the time of the design process, this, even though not adopted, was still seen as a very relevant and very important design guide. But equally, as is the resolution grant in 2016, that clearly is not a planning consent, but actually, having gone through the process, the consultation process with officers and members, there was a significant amount of information to learn. So in relation to building heights, townscape, in relation to occupying density, in terms of single aspect units, for instance, there's a lot of information, and actually, when the first pre-app we had with officers in the written response, it refers to the fact that it's useful to use this as a base to move forward. And I think the benefit really for us is that we can learn from some of the things that didn't quite work, but actually and adopt the things that did work. So it's a very positive reference for us. And clearly then looking at all the other policy, particularly in terms of design reference, both across London, Kingston and nationally, in terms of how that informed the scheme process.
Thank you very much. The third heading I'd like to turn to fall under the general heading layout matters, and here I would like to pick up on a series of points that have emerged or arisen through the inquiry and the evidence that's been given, please. And first of all, I'd like to deal with the question of retail layouts, including first floor use. You'll recall this has been raised already. And again, in general terms, you covered this in part in the presentation, but given the way that it is developed through the inquiry, I'd just like you to explain to the inspector, please, the overall approach that was taken to the retail area, the relationship with the plaza, and the approach to the first floor of the towers where the retail floor space is proposed, please.
Excuse me. There are a number of layers to that. We had, as I mentioned in the presentation, we had developed, at the behest of officers, two alternative retail layouts for the new part of the development. And one was a continuous facade along Broadway, and one involved the plaza. And the plaza was our preferred option, but what we did is we evaluated both, and actually put that evaluation and those diagrams to the public in a webinar, and asked them to come forward with their opinion. And there was a lot of support for the plaza. But more importantly, I think there is a loss of retail of 600 perhaps more square meters. But in the context of the overall ground floor retail offer, including Marks and Spencer's, it's a relatively small amount. And the important thing for us is that the sort of retail frontage is more or less the same as where we were at with the linear scheme along the frontage, along Broadway, and I suppose that I've heard evidence over the last few days about the value of return frontages. Well, that's not a conversation I've had with retail experience in shopping centres and high streets elsewhere. Return frontage actually is vital and valuable, and certainly in terms of active frontage to the plaza, what we're trying to encourage here is a really positive community offer for acting, as I said in my presentation, a bit of a lung in Broadway, which is activated by restaurant, bar, cafe with tables and chairs outside of the facade. And so what that does is that active frontage gives a lively appeal and a sense of real interest for those that are both participating in the space and going past. There has been a sort of conversation about the loss of first floor space. Now, the existing first floor head height is less than 2.5 meters, and therefore really hasn't got useful value in terms of operational retail space. But actually, which is why it's been used as back of house storage, particularly recently. What we have at ground floor in the retail is we have a just under 4 meters of clear height, which from an institutional and operational perspective is really what retailers are looking for. But because of the current sort of operational challenges and sort of last minute delivery that retailers now work to, they don't need that back of house. It's not something that is important to them. And so from that perspective, we've then, and this is very much the same as the resolution to grant scheme in 2016, they had taken away the first floor retail and converted that to residential in the same way that we have. And so that's an area that we've learned from them, and we've utilised that. And that's something that, obviously officers and members saw at the time and chose to support. So from our perspective, we've got, I think, more valuable retail space because of the way that it integrates and interfaces with the public plaza.
Although we've got to be careful not to design another scheme, given the one in front of the inspector, I think there was a suggestion for Mr. Felton that once you put the first floor space in, is there anything in terms of the existing complexity of the site which might affect the ability to achieve that, Mr. Taylor?
You never say never, in the sense that you can achieve anything if you want to. The point really is it going to be usable, and is it viable? And the view taken is that in terms of the sort of operators that are looking at the space would be actively looking to lease the space, wouldn't be looking for first floor space. There are slight level differences because we're trying to tie into the first floor of the car park that sits behind the first floor, and so it puts a bit more of a constraint. So, for instance, we couldn't achieve the sort of nearly 4 meters of headroom at that level without a significant level change between the second floor residential and the podium. And our design philosophy here, as I said earlier, is to try and provide access and easy access across the scheme into that central podium space.
Okay, we'll come back to the podium in a moment, but I suppose why would there be till units? Can we just deal with the plaza design and evolution next, please? Been some suggestion through the course of the inquiry that somehow the relationship between the plaza and other aspects of the site isn't working, particularly when one looks at the retail layout in conjunction with that. Can you accept any criticism as to the plaza as currently proposed, whether in its own terms or in terms of the relationship it has with retail space?
I think we've demonstrated that the plaza is a very positive space. That is supported with the GLA comments, and certainly has been supported by the Design Review Panel. The scale and size of that space, of course, you would want to put in a bigger public realm on Broadway, but design is about balancing the different challenges in terms of built space value and the value added by bringing in public realm. And certainly, what I said in the presentations, that space is 18 meters wide physically from face of fabric to face of fabric. At the ground floor level, it's slightly wider because you've got the recesses for the retail frontage. We have taken that all the way up to, and the measurements that we've used take it all the way up to the boundary back of footpath, I suppose you'd say, which means it's 18 meters by just over 18 meters in length. But with the sort of rebates in the glass, I think the total area was 333 square meters, which is not a small space. In the DAS, and it has been referred to, I think, by Mr. Felton, that we mentioned that we've got 400 square meters. Well, actually, what we are not including, what we have included in the 400 square meters is that there is a meter of just over a meter of back of footpath space all the way along the front of the building, as well as the recess in the building too. So if you add all of that space together, it provides you with the sort of because what we've done is we've pulled the buildings back to ensure that the balconies at the upper level don't oversail the boundary of the site. So again, making sure that we're working within the constraints. But as a space, it's a really positive contribution to Broadway. It will make a big difference to pedestrians and visitors from all the way along Broadway, not just in the community of the scheme itself.
Very much. The next topic I'd like to deal with relates to urban greening and service yard as well. Please, I don't know if you were listening into the inquiry when the debate was taking place about whether one could use ground floor wall or ground floor level facing onto your road to improve urban greening. Were you aware of?
Yes, I was, yeah.
Okay, so again, can you give your response to any suggestion that one could use ground level access overlooking or near your road to improve urban greening, please?
If you go into, as you would have done, look at the drawings that have been submitted and the drawings of existing centre, the first floor oversails the ground floor on east, west and south elevations, and even more so to the east elevation, which fronts onto your road. So it's very difficult to place the planters, I think Mr. Bryce talked about, at ground floor to enable the greening to grow up the wall. I noticed that as part of the resolution to grant scheme in 2016, that they built a sort of canopy over the service yard and took away a number of Travelodge car park spaces and utilised that. We don't have the ability to do that. That service yard is actually quite tight in terms of its operation and use, particularly in the need to keep it busy for refuse, for Travelodge servicing, as well as Marks and Spencer servicing. So from my perspective, yes, we would like to improve the greening. We have looked at all of those elevations architecturally. Because of the fins and because of the way that Seaford and his practice designed this building, the fins stand proud of the glazing behind, which actually makes it even more difficult and actually has the ability to potentially compromise the architecture should we cover it in green. But I think the answer is that's why we've deliberately put a green wall in the plaza. We have looked at other areas of greening and actually felt that we were artificially trying to do something because it didn't have the sort of value that it should have to have a positive impact. So I think we've given it as good as I think as we can get at the moment.
Okay. Next heading, please. Residential and offices in T1, please. Various questions have been put to different witnesses on this, including Mr. Lee, given his treatment of this in his office viability report at CD1 29. And some questions have been asked of other witnesses about the approach that was taken to sanitary wear and columns in the resolution to grant scheme from 2015. Again, just under this broad heading, we can take out the design and access statement from that resolution to grant scheme if necessary, but Can you just explain your overall position as far as residential and offices combined in T1 under the resolution to grant scheme, please?
The resolution to grant scheme wasn't developed to from our look at it, wasn't developed to a level of detail to have resolved drainage. We inherited the design for the tower after undertaking a peer review on behalf of our client, at which stage the scheme had already converted to full residential. It is fair to say that anything's possible, so I'm not going to say it's not, but there are certain criteria that I think have an impact to combining the residential. And if you look at the work that was done at the time, you've got residential above service departments, above offices. There is no illustration of boxing out of shaft duct that goes down through down through Marks and Spencers, which means you have to collect the drainage to take it down through to the ground. So there is a challenge to taking drainage, particularly through office space. Now, admittedly, you could create lots of boxing out. You can't do that directly adjacent to the columns, as I understand from our engineer, because the structural integrity, as I mentioned earlier, of the tower depends upon the connectivity of the beams at the column. So if you're going to take drainage through the slab, you have to take it, you have to offset it from the column, which means you've got to create wider boxing. And of course you can do that, but obviously that's not shown on the office plans in the resolution to grant. And it would take the net area it would take the net area down from what is currently shown.
Okay, just to try and help the inspector in this, CD 7.1C, I think, is the design and access statement that we've been looking at to address this point. You just get that out, please.
Yeah.
And if we go to, I think it's page 32. So there's the overview of the PDF, page 33, I should say, page 32 internally, and that illustrates the overall scheme. And there are different plans one works through there, showing the refurbishment of the office accommodation. And if one goes down, one has the service apartment level 7 to 10, and then the convergent residential levels 11 to 22 and page 36. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. So again, I think the point was being raised. Well, you have columns that are shown there, and one could achieve drainage essentially in association with the columns, so that you didn't necessarily have to have all sort of riser units that were appearing in the offices below in Mr. Lee's office viability report. Again, as a solution, I think was being trailed in various cross-examination. What do you say about it?
Well, I think the one thing you say when we did our peer review is that if you're going to take services through the building, then you need to stack the bathrooms above each other. You've got 22 floors here where you need to be able to run the pipework through the building in a consistent way. And the more offsets you have, which you clearly can see from the residential above service departments, the more scope to need to take ceiling void to connect into the central the waste pipes. But more importantly, as they get down to the office levels, you'll see on page 33. There is no widening of the columns there to accept the drainage. Now, if you assume that if you look at the plan on the right, it says proposed typical floor, you've got 3 new ducts that sit opposite the toilets and stair, just below the lift core. Those to me demonstrate on that office floor that is the only vertical circulation of services. if you are to get all of your waste pipes into those ducts, you've got something in the region of 35, 40 metres of pipe run. If you've got 35 to 40 metres of pipe run to get from the furthest west apartment all the way to the middle of the building, at 1 in 40, you are taking the levels below what is usable for office space. So I can't believe that was the solution they came up with, but there is no other solution here because the column widths are the column widths. There is no boxing out or as was mentioned in cross-examination.
Thank you very much. So just to tie that together, in CD 129, the Office Viability Report, if we take that out very briefly, please, and we go to internal page 14. It is PDF. Yes, PDF page 15. And obviously, Mr. Lee, at the time we prepared this report, was looking at a plan which had multiple risers. Again, he makes some comment on the risers there, well as floor to floor heights and waste as well. Is there anything you would like to sort of add to what he has said in the Office Viability Report on that solution?
It's what I've just suggested. If you take those pipes down through that floor, it has an impact on the viability and operation of that floor space. Therefore, it takes. We work quite hard, even just with vertical, with residential all the way up the building, to get this to work. And as I said, rightly or wrongly, the application that that was resolved to grant doesn't seem to have taken that into consideration.
Thank you very much. Now, next, please, energy and connecting services between T1 and T2 and T3, please. Perhaps we can just orientate ourselves. Can we take out, please, Mr. Stanley's rebuttal, which is CD 915. And as well as that, there was a reference within that rebuttal to Appendix F. Do you have access to Appendix F, Mr. Taylor?
Is that part of the overall rebuttal document?
Yes, it is.
Yes, then I do. It's 340 pages, I think it is.
Very much. See if I can help you with the PDF page. So I'm working with the hard copy. Apologies on that incorrect reference. It's taking a long time to load. Apologize, ma'am. It's taking quite a long time. If we turn, first of all, please, to not the appendix, but page PDF page 15. We'll just draw together the issues that are raised in the rebuttal here. And against rebuttal point 2.23 in the left-hand column, there's the issue of plant space being required for heat rejection from condensing units.
Yep.
And the suggestion is that there'd be opportunities to house plant within the existing car park area. That's one issue that's been raised. And there's a response to that on page 15 and following. If one scrolls down to page 17, we can see some plans. I just want to park that at the moment to gather together the issues. That's one issue about the car park space for the plants. If one goes on to PDF page 21, please, there is another issue raised about the point of interconnection of the building and ideal service route between the towers. Get back to this point about distribution of services between T1, T2, T3. I want to see the schematic there on page 21. for a distribution pipeline. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. And again, just to gather together information we need to deal with this issue, Appendix F, just bear with me a moment. Computers. Seconds. Oh, no, not on computers. Do you have Appendix F, Mr. Taylor?
I don't have a page number. Do you have a page number?
I have a paper copy here. Perhaps we can work off the paper copy. I'm sorry, ma'am. My computer is struggling with getting Appendix F up, so I don't have a PDF page.
Is this PDF 304, the pipework in the car park? Is that what we're, is that the appendix?
That's it, ma'am. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm there now. Thank you very much. So just gathering together this information, Mr. Taylor, we have the issue of accommodating plant in the car park areas below ground. We also have this issue about connecting services between T1, T2, and T3. Can you just explain to the inspector, please, how you approach this issue of accommodating plant, and particularly looking at plant connect or service connection between T1, T2, and T3, please?
We spent quite a bit of time looking at where it is most efficient to include plant across the development. In terms of connectivity from T1 to T2 and T3, there is no doubt that through access in the basement from T1, which you would then have to take out through the wall of the basement into the M&S car park, you could then take a trench through to T2, which would connect the two buildings. There are complexities with that in terms of if you look at the pipework that's identified in figure 4 on 2.27 by Mr. Maguire, there are crossovers that we need to accommodate with the pipework, and actually, although the general headroom of the basement is fine, there is a strip of downstand beams that reduces, and I think Mr. Stanley's pointed that out in his rebuttal, that reduces the head height to 2.27 meters.
Is this shown on Appendix F, Mr. Taylor?
I'm still at 2.27 on the rebuttal. Is that?
Yes, that's fine. Okay.
Forgive me. And so the technical challenge is that yes, of course, you can run pipes in the basement. I think 1.87 is too low in terms of the car park provision that we need to have, and there are a significant number of cars that need to go underneath that. So we have to take the pipework out of the basement as soon as possible and into, as I said, the M&S car park. Then we get into all sorts of lease issues and approval issues that to be able to achieve that. So the technically it's feasible, but there are challenges. Legally, is it achievable? That's for others to answer. But the question really is that there are hurdles to jump before making that assumption. In terms of plant space across the building, we have a double-story enclosed space underneath T1. Now, the challenge is that we can't do much with that from a structural perspective. In other words, we can't take out floors and walls and cut holes in a sort of an ad hoc manner. And so what I am advised is that the space that's provided and the potential ventilation that has is not suitable for the sort of plant that our engineers have been looking at. So therefore, I'm advised that it's not for the main air source heat pump, thermal storage. All of that is not appropriate for that space, as I am advised. I think Mr. Maguire suggested that we could put air source heat pumps on car park levels. Well, clearly we don't want to do that on the podium level, because that compromises one of the core design concept ideas, which is that centralized community. So we'd be looking at the first floor, which has a limited headroom. And so the argument I think I heard Mr. Stanley put was that getting sufficient ventilation capacity around the particular kit, and also the loss of the car park spaces, would have an impact. I think it was also suggested by Mr. Maguire that you could in fact put them, I think, to the south of Tower 1 by occupying car park spaces, the car share and the accessible spaces. Well, I can't see the logic of that, if I'm honest, because we'd have to find them somewhere else. And as you can see from the development, there isn't a lot of room. There is, or would be, a little bit of space on top of the M&S roof to the south of T1. And we've had a look at that in the past as to what the potential is there, which is obviously outdoors, but it wouldn't accommodate all of the additional plant necessary. So I don't know whether that answers your question, but that's as I see it as the architect.
Thank you very much. And just to be clear, we were spending some time getting to Appendix F on page 3 or 4. The description you gave about finding challenge for pipe work, does that apply to the Appendix F figures, please?
Yeah, the point I was making to earlier on was that if you take the sort of the top left diagram, you can take the pipe work in the basement, and you have to the sort of the lower beams are just about where the next row of car parking is. So, and then what the suggestion is, I think, is to take it up via a vertical shaft into the first floor car park, and then across the first floor car park into T2. Clearly, the risks to that are the headroom within the first floor, as I've said earlier, is only 2.27 meters, and so from that perspective, it's going to be a challenge to drop 300 mil pipes across, particularly with all the other overhead services that are located there. So, I'm not saying it's impossible, because it's not. But the point being is that there are significant challenges to ensure that can work. And we, all of those car park spaces, as they will be determined, will be under lease to somebody, and therefore we have to gain all of the approvals necessary to ensure that that pipe work can be accommodated.
Thank you very much. Let's move on then, please, to the topic of facade treatment, and a few points arising under this, please. I want to do first of all with the evidence that Mr. Belton has produced, and give you the opportunity, which I think you were probably denied as part of the presentation, to respond to his characterization of your designs, particularly for T2 and T3. He referred to the design quality of towers T2 and T3 as bland and generic, and in his rebuttal he referred to side plates and the failure to acknowledge these as part of any design in T2, T3. I'd like to give you the opportunity to respond to that as architect of the scheme, Mr. Taylor.
I found it quite difficult, if I'm honest, to once I saw that in Mr. Feltham's evidence, because in all of the correspondence we have talked generally about the common ground between us, which is sighting, building heights, and townscape and distance views, but not once have officers or GLA or design review panel called the architecture bland and generic. And I wonder whether this is an afterthought in terms of a personal view from Mr. Feltham, because I even in the meetings that Mr. Feltham attended, never was the architecture called bland and generic. So I really don't understand where this comes from. You know, when particularly as I described in the initial presentation, the quality of material, the quality of the architectural detail, the reference to the T1 detailing, the time and effort spent, and you can see across the elevation evolution in the design and access statement, the effort that's gone in from the team and in collaboration with consultees to create a scheme that is actually of the highest quality that we would all be proud of. To see those comments was disappointing.
We moves away from that and the nature of the way in which it's been brought up. The criticism itself about it being bland and so on. Do you accept that as a matter of substance, and if not, why?
Well, there is no substance to it. There's no definition of the bland and generic. It's never been brought up to define why. There was, in further rebuttal from Mr. Feltham, there was some reference to side plates. It's a technical term I've not come across before, but I assume he means the gable elevations to Broadway. And his point is that provides evidence of perhaps what should be done. But other than that, there's no reference to what bland and generic means.
Insofar as he has referred to there being no attempt to echo the beauty of Tolworth Tower's distinctive design, what approach do you take to that criticism, please?
Well, as I mentioned in the presentation, we've taken details, we've looked at the patterns of T1 in terms of its horizontal and vertical emphasis. We've looked at working with the corners of the balconies to reflect the step that we see, the dovetails that we see on the T1. So from a material perspective, from an organisation, a conceptual level, we've sought all the way through to reflect both colour, the tiled approach to T2 and T3 reflects the tiles that are being used on T1, and so I don't quite feel that Mr. Feltham has fully understood the level of design development and the context that we have used in developing the architecture for T2 and T3.
Thank you very much. Now, next subheading, please. Approaches to reduce solar gain.
Can I just before we do that? I think it's just the point about the side plate. If I can, I think it's worth having a look at the CD7-1C. I think if you've still got that, because I think that is something that I just would like to reference. If we could turn to page 64 and 65, I think this is what Mr. Feltham is referring to.
Yes, as PDF, page 65.
65, that's right. So I think on 65, you can see that there is a sort of gesture to the fishtail at the bottom of the elevation, and to my mind, it is a relatively superficial reference. If you look at the beauty and the solidity and the elegance of the Tolworth Tower, and I think we all agree that it really is a beautiful solution to the building. to mimic the fish plates, the fishtail at the base as a side plate detail is not appropriate. And in fact, both GLA and the design review panel said explicitly to us, we don't want to see pastiche here. And I would argue that reflects, if that is what Mr. Feltham is referring to in his evidence, in his rebuttal of side plates. And then just to emphasize that, if I can take you on to page 72, I think it is it? Let me just, sorry, give me a second.
Yes, PDF 73, I think.
Sorry, page 71. If this is a photo image that was presented at the as part of the approved documentation, and you can see what I mean. Look at the solidity of the structure of the Tolworth Tower, and look at the simple lack of structure and solidity for the fishtails at the base of the building. So that is not a structural solution. It is something that's applied, and to my mind, is if that is what Mr. Feltham is referring to, it is not something that we felt was appropriate for the scheme that we were working on.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anything more you'd like to say on that aspect of the okay. If you go on then, please, to approaches to reduce solar gain. Mr. McGuire has mentioned this, and questions were asked in cross-examination of previous witnesses, including the daylight and sunlight witness, Mr. Lonergan, and Mr. Stanley as the energy witness. And this is culminated in the suggestion of using or reducing active glazing beyond previous suggestions relating to fins, brise soleil, and other ways of reducing solar gain in entering the apartments. Can you just explain from your perspective the work that has been done, including the daylight and sunlight work, and the suggestions that have been made that more work could have been done to use these sorts of measures to reduce solar gain, please?
We have. Let me start with the Tolworth Tower. We've worked quite hard with officers to come up with a facade detail that best reflects what is there at the moment. Now, clearly, what is there at the moment is single glazed and is not fit for purpose anymore from an energy perspective or from an airtightness perspective. So we know that we've got to invest substantially to re-elevate that building. What we have done is we worked with the design team to try and reduce what we call the active glazing to around about 44% of the facade. Now, how we've done that is through inclusion of solid panels behind in a sort of regular form to reflect the detailing of the original building, but clearly helping to insulate both against heat gain and heat loss. From a design perspective, there was not even a discussion about putting brise soleil on the outside of T1 because it would have a negative impact on the architecture in such a way that all felt that was not appropriate. So what we did is we worked with the engineers and looked at how we could try and mitigate heat gain, but through reducing the G value of the glazing to as low as possible. It's to my mind, this is glass has moved on in terms of its technology substantially, and the G value, as I understand it, is to do with the lead content of the glass, and it has an impact to be able to reflect daylight. So the lower you get, the more reflective. We've gone as low as we can without it affecting the color of the glass, which would obviously have an impact on its visual impact and the consistency of the original scheme. So we've worked hard to get the G value and had long conversations with manufacturer of the glazing to get the right solution. We then have, we realise that you've got a hot side of T1 and a cold side. You've got a 65 metre south elevation and a 65 metre north elevation. It's just the way the building is designed. So you've got different criteria, different conditions. We have included for blinds, coordinated blinds in all of the habitable rooms, which means that although I believe they're not included in the calculations, that will have an impact. But also one of the things we've done is we've tried to incorporate, as is the original building, openable windows, which means that there is an opportunity for self-regulation in terms of airflow. So that's how we've dealt with T1. The new buildings obviously are different because we start with a sort of different palette, I suppose, in terms of the space that we've got allowed for the buildings. But also, we generally start our design exercise with an assessment of a glazing percentage of about 40%, because our experience across many schemes is that tends to get to the right level. We currently have in the scheme in front of the inspector 30. I think it's about just over 32% glazing within the elevations. And what we've done over the design period, again, is we've worked with the engineers and with Mr. Lonergan in terms of daylight and sunlight, and we've managed to, through the use of balconies, the use of the G value again, the use of rebates in the windows, and the use of resizing the windows to ensure that we were optimizing the sort of, I suppose, the comfort level in terms of perception of daylight against the risk of heat loss. The difficulty with designing buildings that have a consistent pattern of window is that if you get one window that is the worst case scenario, as the sun moves around, you find that actually you design all of the windows to the same criteria, and some windows will be exceeding the level of daylight, and some will be marginally above the required levels. And I think Mr. Lonergan said in his when he was examined was that he doesn't believe these are excessive. Now, clearly there is a challenge from an energy perspective. We have looked at and we had a conversation. The brise-soleil were mentioned at the design review panel, although it's not in any of the minutes. And it was suggested at the time by the design review panel that actually we've got too many materials and possibly too many features, and we needed to perhaps simplify, which is what we've done. So actually the brise-soleil was suggested that might not be appropriate because we've got the volume of balconies that we have, and that's providing a strong shading mechanism around the building. So that hopefully gives a sort of an explanation as to the process that we've gone through. I think there, again, in the design and access statement on all of the buildings, and in fact more so on the Tolworth Tower, because the challenges of thermal gain on the south elevation of that were much greater than any of the other parts of the site. There's substantial design evolution, a series of 9 or 10 images that show how the design has evolved and where we've used fritting and where we've used back painted glass, where we've used different devices to explore how we might sort of improve. So it is something that's we've been very conscious of in the design process from the beginning.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of points. Insofar as questions were put to Mr. Lonergan about the scope between the results in the daylight and sunlight study and the relevant factors that one had to meet, tests one had to meet. What view do you take about scope for improving matters, in particular by way of this reference to active glazing and manifestations, I think is the word that was being used. Can you just explain what you understand that to mean beyond the steps you've already mentioned?
In its crude form, you make the windows smaller, and that reduces your active glazing, I assume. But there are other ways to do it, to sort of back painting, fritting, and increasing the G value of the glass. What we did as part of the design development on T2 and T3 is we, in the aperture of the opening, we introduced metal paneling, perforated metal paneling, as part of the sort of build up of the opening to reduce the glazing, to reduce the active frontage. Is there more that could be done? In terms of the detailed design, I think possibly, but it's marginal in my view. I think what we've got to do is we've got to make these pleasant places to live. We've got to make the apartments of a high enough quality that people want to be there. And the danger with satisfying all of the environmental criteria that we would love to do means that you compromise that living environment through reduction in daylight. So, that's as I see it.
I suppose if one's thinking about this from the perspective of someone living in the flat looking out, is that a relevant factor in one?
It is because the higher the G, the lower the G value, the more the denser the fritting, the less aspect that the person has in the flat to outside. So what you're doing is you're reducing transparency, which is clearly feasible, but actually, would you want to live in an environment where your windows are obscured? And I mean that's an exaggeration, but clearly there are ways and means that one can improve, but actually undermine the living environment of those in the habitable rooms.
Thank you very much. And the last heading, please, is consultation. And there were a few comments made, partly by Mr. Felton, I think yesterday, in cross-examination by Mr. Burton about the design review panel approach, a reference to the fact that it hadn't been to a design review panel twice and so on. Can you just give your view as to the approach taken by the design review panel and the extent to which either they supported the scheme or you responded to points that were raised by the panel?
I actually thought the design review panel experience was a very positive one. I think there were a number of aspects to Mr. McCurry's cross-examination yesterday. When we went in for our panel, we were some way down the line in design terms, so it wasn't a conceptual design workshop, and therefore the idea that we went in with outline designs, between sort of what I call RIBA stage 1 and 2, it meant that there was a positive conversation about design detail, which you don't get at concept stage, and actually was enough for us to believe that we were received very positively, and the response was very positive, and therefore it was felt that having addressed some of the issues to do with the comments raised, that it wasn't necessary to go back to the design review panel. It might be worthwhile, if you think it's appropriate, to go through some of the points that the design review panel made, and for me to be able to illustrate the sort of work that was done to make it work.
Design review panel CD65, you perhaps don't need to go there. If you can identify the main points, please.
Yeah, I think the proposed go through 1.1, 3.1. The proposed massing of the development is appropriate to its setting. Two distinctive buildings will complement the existing tower. That in itself is a positive statement. Tolworth Towers designed to 3.2. Tolworth Towers designed to be seen from a distance, emphasising the intended importance of the location. As this scheme progresses, care should be taken to ensure that this proposal also contributes elegant forms in long views. I think I said at the presentation that we spent quite a lot of time working within the View City model, which we gave to officers to be able to use as well, with very clearly defined preferred views to be working towards. And so from our perspective, the long distance views were as important as the sort of localized design issues, and I think that's reflected in the GLA Stage 1 report, where they refer very clearly to the positive nature of the long distance views. In terms of the 3.3, it says more could be done to make the new towers distinctive and characterful. More references to Tolworth Tower could be included, particularly the sculptural qualities, exposed vertical structure and horizontal emphasis at the floor levels. So this is where we started to talk about the elevational detail, and what I showed them at the time was what I showed in the presentation that I did a couple of weeks ago, and I think I think it'd be quite interesting actually if I can direct you to the DAS, which is CD15 30 Part B.
Part B, yes, on which page?
Sorry, we're looking at the original DAS, are we, and not the updated DAS?
No, we're looking at the DAS that's in.
I think it is the original one.
Yeah,
it will be the original if it's got a 1 in front of it, Mr. Taylor.
Yeah. Yes, it's the original one. Yes, on page 82, which I think should be right. You can see the elevations of the building that were presented in sort of conceptual terms to the DRP on the top, and you can see the elevations that we currently are before the inspector, and there are a number of things to reflect there. I think I'll come on to refer to this in the later on from the DRP. But one of the observations from them was they felt that we needed to look at a sort of the top, middle, and bottom of the scheme, and felt that actually the base of the buildings for T2 and T3 should be 2 stories. So that is a design development that we made, and we've now architecturally defined those to run along and that's the dotted line, red line on the image at the bottom of the page. We've also put changed the sort of crown detail to put a I suppose one would crudely talk about a lid on top. So when looked at, it contains the apartments between the second floor and the top. You can also see that the principles of the corner balconies have been developed to reflect the edge details of T1. You can also see that the vertical elements of that facade have been simplified, and with the glazing and solid redesigned to come up with a reduced number of elements, which is one of the other points they make. And I think if I think that sort of illustrates really the sort of principal part, the slender part, and this is amplified by one of the points that was made was can we push the what we call the shoulders, in other words, the levels 13 and 15 backwards to give a proper differentiation between the main part of the elevation and the overall composition. And so what we did is we moved the facade of the shoulders back slightly, and we've given it a very different color tone, the same color tone that can be seen on T1 in terms of its the sort of bluish.
Sorry, I do apologize, but I don't quite know where this is going in terms of evidence in chief. I've looked at this, I've considered this, it's all there, so I don't need all of this detail.
Okay. It was more a case of seeing if we can't answer the questions of the DRP. If you're happy for me,
but you answered that by saying, well, there are some positive comments that came out of the DRP, sure. And I've already heard that anyway, because that was heard in I can't remember who said it now.
Okay, very well.
Which witness it was. Thank you.
I think that was probably all you wanted to say on the DRP. Yeah. Anyway, Mr. Taylor, just one final point then, as part of the process of design, we know that there were some comments made by the urban design team in the council's officer report. And I don't want you to go through the comments generally, but can you just record for the inspector your position on any points that were raised by the urban design team in the officer's report at CD64? So I don't need to go through them all, but your overall impression of the comments that were made?
Well, again, the comments that I think are referred to the urban design officer made refer to wayfinding, single aspect units, height and generosity of the ground floor, and usability and size of lift. All of those matters were covered and in my view dealt with. And if you wish me to, I can go into more detail. But those were the points that were raised by the urban design officer, and it was her concern at the time that these were amounted to the sort of critical design issues that felt that she was no longer able to support the scheme. However, we view them in a way that we feel we've dealt with them from a design perspective, and therefore more than comfortable that the scheme in front of you has addressed these matters.
Thank you. And the final question, standing back from this then, Mr. Taylor, all the detail, given the length of your involvement in the site and your knowledge of Tolworth, having the context, how would you describe this proposal generally and the opportunity that's held in prospect here?
I would say that, and bearing in mind, I come back to the point I made earlier, you've got a substantial refurbishment of an existing building, a beautiful building, as well as a new build apartments, that it's an exemplar example of how regeneration can be undertaken in urban locations. We feel that the quality of architecture, the quality of the community that we're going to generate, the quality of the public realm, the quality of the amenity that supports it, the simplicity of concept of a central space, the complexity of all of the relative different facets of the scheme. To my mind, as an architect, this is a beautiful opportunity and design that will reflect Tolworth sort of complex in the future and set a precedent for schemes in Tolworth in terms of its future design criteria.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ma'am. Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Linus. Let me just finish my notes. Thank you. Mr. Burton, please.
Yes, madam. Before I start, I find myself in some difficulty because we have had again a great deal of evidence in chief, including many parts you will have noticed that despite them being obviously an issue between the parties in the statements of case, form absolutely no part of this witness's proof. And this witness just gave great slews of evidence about energy, for example, which were obviously issues in the statements of case, and he said it all now. So I'm a bit worried, given it's 20 to 4. I mean, I'm a bit worried. I'm going to have to take time to try to discuss this with Mr. Maguire. I don't know if that's going to be possible. And I'm worried about finishing at 6, but I'll obviously do my best.
I was not expecting this to go on until 6.
No.
So,
well, no. I mean,
I'm not prepared to sit until 6. Not this evening.
Yeah,
it's been a long week, and I'm not going to do it today.
A very long week. I mean, I understood from my learned friend when he said what he wasn't going to do in chief that we wouldn't be hearing all of this stuff for ages. So obviously we have now.
Well, no, I think as far as the energy point is concerned, it's been quite clear through the evidence so far that Mr. Stanley, for example, had said that material in his rebuttal was there through discussions with the architect. It's been clear at other stages of the inquiry that insofar as this is still an issue, that Mr. Taylor would be asked just to explain the nature of the discussions that had led to the inclusion of this material in Mr. Stanley's rebuttal. Appreciate Mr. Taylor is appearing at the end of the witness list, when in some circumstances you expect him to appear sooner than this. But given the way these issues have been raised, and the reality that some of the points being made by Mr. Maguire, as he acknowledged at the time, were relevant to knock-on implications as far as the design is concerned, it's entirely to be expected that Mr. Taylor would be the one to deal with these issues.
Well, no. Look, the problem is, I'm only taking energy as an example, but the council's statement of case has lots of very detailed paragraphs about energy, and what the appellant decided to do was, through Mr. Stanley, address that through him, not just through proof, but also rebuttal and through a supplementary bit of evidence as well. So to now have Mr. Taylor, I'm not saying Mr. Taylor's fault, but to now have Mr. Taylor give a whole load of evidence about it when the issue was always on the table. The appellant always knew the issue was on the table because it was busily responding to it through Mr. Stanley, and I've dealt with it with Mr. Stanley. But for Mr. Taylor to give a whole new slew of evidence on it, it's just problematic. I mean, I have to say, I have to raise it because I have to say I'm going to have a discussion with Mr. Maguire, see what I do and don't need to cover with Mr. Taylor. And obviously hope we can get through, but there's a real risk now. The last thing I want, I can assure you, madam, the last thing I want is not to finish this witness today. I mean, frankly, I'm almost on my knees. I'm now on expert number 8 of my cross-examination. So if I don't finish this witness today, my wife and my children are going to shoot me, or I don't know what they're going to do. But I need to make the point that it's going to be a struggle, and I honestly can't say if we're going to get it done. I do need to have a chat with Mr. Maguire, at least Mr. Maguire. Obviously, I think you'll understand that I do need that chat if he's available.
Well, he's on, so
he's on.
hopefully
Okay,
he'll be available because he's on.
As long as it's not someone
he's in the
their
virtual
computer
room.
on.
How long? I mean, obviously we can take a break now. We would normally have an afternoon break. So how long would you need to have a chat with Mr. Maguire?
Well, madam, let's work backwards. You don't want to sit until 6. Absolutely fair enough. I don't think anyone
Preferably
does.
not.
No. So when is your guillotine, madam, please? Could you tell us?
5:30 would be my cutoff, ideally.
Wow. Okay. Well, gosh. Look, it may be when I just decompress and just ask myself, do I actually need to deal with this, Mr. Taylor? I can cut through, but I do need 20 minutes I think 20 minutes at least to decompress and see if that's the case. So
that's fine. I will put a but in there. I said I really don't want to sit until 6, but if necessary, I will. Because what I don't want to do is disadvantage either side. What I don't want to do is disadvantage Mr. Linus in any re-examination. So he needs time to re-examine. And I wouldn't want to disadvantage yourself, Mr. Burton, in terms of doing any cross-examination. So having said, subject to having we'll have a break. We may need to have another very short break just so that we can just keep going. I will stay until whenever we need to finish this witness, because I'm sure it's going to be very helpful for all of us to ensure, for Mr. Taylor, obviously, but for everybody else, that we finish this witness. So let's go and grab some coffee and prepare ourselves, shall we? Right. So do you want 20 minutes now then, Mr. Burton? Would that be okay? And then we may just
Yes.
have a quick 10 minutes later on as we're heading towards 6 o'clock now.
Yes, I might break my no caffeine rule.
Yes. When I say coffee, mine's always decaf, but I may even head towards that myself, but never mind. Right. And that's nothing to do with Mr. Taylor. It's just so happens it's just been a very long week. So it's nothing to do with you. And I want to hear what you have to say in terms of cross-examination and re-examination, as long as it doesn't absolutely duplicate everything that I've heard. But I do agree with Mr. Linus that witnesses this week have been saying that would be better to be dealt with by Mr. Taylor. So there is an element of crossover, fully understand that. Right, let's have 20, it's 1:45, so let's have 20 minutes then and be back at 4:05. Thank you, I'll adjourn for now, thank you.
Your screen's still on, Mr.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Burton, you're smiling now. That's a good sign, isn't it?
Well,
Or not?
Only with delirium, madam. No.
Anyway, are you content to continue, or do you need longer to
No,
consider?
I'm content to continue. I'll flag up now, madam. I've been able to have a quick discussion with Mr. Maguire. We didn't actually conclude, but I've got a reasonable idea of what I'm doing. But I think I may need, if there's an opportune moment and we do need another break, that may be my chance to have another quick chat with Mr.
I think we will. We've got 2 hours to go yet, so I think we will need another break, even if it's a short one. So just let us know, or let me know when you require that. And
thank you, madam.
So, okay. Thank you then, Mr. Burton. Please start your cross-examination.
Wonderful, thank you. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Taylor. Good. I suspect you're going to find yourself in the same position as all the other witnesses in that room, Mr. Linus. He's going to have to shove the mic over to you.
Both Mr. Linus and Mr. Taylor are on mute.
Sorry,
That's it.
I thought it
Excellent.
was on mute.
That's okay. Thank you.
Great.
Is that better?
Perfect.
Apologies.
Yeah. No, not at all. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Taylor. You'll appreciate it is absolutely no reflection on you that on the 2 times you've appeared at the inquiry, you have been in the graveyard slot, as I think you said when you gave your presentation, didn't you?
It's as I said, it makes an interesting end to the week, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Now, I go to ask you this question, so let's get it done. The split of your work is probably more obvious for you as an architect than it is for some others, but I know you do give evidence of planning inquiries. So as between work for local planning authorities acting as local planning authorities, not developers, and developers, which could include local authorities, what is the rough split, please?
All developers.
All developers, fine. Okay. Now, I think I have it right, Ms. Taylor, that in terms of your involvement and just putting a very rough point on when you came on board, I think you told us at a point in time where the scheme was all residential. That was the plan.
That's the time we came on
Yes.
to do a peer review. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Great. Thank you. As opposed, of course, to the 2015 application, which was a full application, wasn't it? Not outline. Yeah.
Well, it was a full application, but
yeah.
I think it was. I don't know for a fact, but I think it looked to me as stage 2 rather than a coordinated stage 3, RIBA stages.
Okay. But anyway, as opposed to that, obviously, which was not all residential, and clearly, Mr. Taylor, what you have not done is you have not worked up an office residential split scheme, other than the bit of office, or bit of workspace we've got in here, but you've not worked up a scheme with an office residential split, have you?
No, it's not our brief.
No, not your brief, exactly. Good. Now, I will endeavour to give you some subheadings, and Madam Inspector, some subheadings as we go along. Could I preface my questions? And I ask questions on behalf of the council. You're aware of that, Mr. Taylor. Could I preface the questions by saying that I really do appreciate the sensitivities of asking an architect questions about their own scheme. And I really do understand that it would be a very curious architect indeed who wasn't proud of their scheme. So I'm really aware of that, and I'm going to try to be as sensitive as possible. I really hope I don't mean to cause any offence, and I hope I will just do things obviously in the right way. Now, can I just start at the very broadest level, as I think you know, and in fact you finished your chief with a reference to in your view the scheme being beautiful. As you know, what the National Planning Policy Framework asks is that it seeks beautiful places, doesn't it? That's the phrase. Yeah.
Yes.
And obviously, when one is asking, is this scheme beautiful? Because that is one of the questions that Madam Inspector is therefore invited to ask. One, of course, is asking that question and answering it not simply from the perspective of a professional architect like yourself, but the general public, correct?
Correct.
Must be right. And so for this scheme, we are seeking, as it were, to put ourselves in the shoes of the person on the Tolworth omnibus.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, with that in mind, what I want to see if we can just discuss are discuss the Tolworth Tower, okay? And I want to look with you, because both the council and you agree it's a beautiful building. So what I want to do with you, please, is look at what makes it, and I'm talking about the externals, okay? What is it that makes it beautiful? And I am asking you this very much from the perspective of a member of the public who's not a professional architect, and I want to see if we can go through and identify some key features. Okay, I think you used the term DNA, didn't you? And I quite like that term. So the first one I have is its side expressions. Now, these are they are, as it were, they are a sculptural bit of structure, aren't they?
They're a structural expression.
They're a structural expression. That's the correct term. They're a structural expression, and we're talking, of course, about what one sees very immediately, which is this kind of Eiffel Tower type shape. Correct?
Sure, it's Eiffel Tower, but yes, there's a very elegant structural gable end to Broadway.
Yeah, that you described it as the piece with the fishtail at the bottom.
Yes.
Yeah. But have I got this right, that they are structural?
Absolutely.
So and the way they're done, it would be fair, wouldn't it, to describe them as, because of their shape, they're a kind of sculptural piece of structure.
Yes, they're called pilotis, I understand, and they are a sculpture. They are a sculptural expression of structure at the lower level. That's right.
Yeah. Okay, they're called. Yeah, I'd seen that description of them as pilotis. And just so I'm clear about it, is pilotis, is that another word for piers, or is that a special word for this sculptural form?
I don't know. Is the answer. It's a reference that I've been given, but okay. It sort of feels right, doesn't it?
Well, I like it. I mean, I've not heard it before, so I mean, I will call these sculptural bits of structure pilotis. But okay, so that we certainly agree on that. The next bit, and actually, I meant to say, let's get a page in your proof up, just so we will know what we're talking about. In your proof, page 17, you have a nice big picture of the tower as it, I think, as it appeared more or less when it was built, or whenever it is, but it's clearly a long time ago.
Yes, that's right.
I mean, actually, I'll be honest, this isn't perhaps the greatest angle to see it at. But the next bit I want to see if we can agree on, in terms of what it is that really makes it striking, is the we've got this airspace under the tower, all the way up to, I think it's second floor, I mean, the top of the second floor level, as it were, the deck.
Yeah.
Which is an undercroft type area. Is it an undercroft? I've been calling it an undercroft.
It's not. It's a void, isn't it? It
void,
provides it helps to accentuate the structural definition, doesn't it, as it hits the ground?
Yeah. Okay. But anyway, that's another key feature. And I should say what I'm really looking for, Mr. Taylor, is agreement from you on things that really set this tower apart from other towers. Okay, so we've got the Pilates, we've got this void, and are these also Pilates? The ones going further back from Broadway?
Yes, there's three on the picture, aren't there?
Yeah, great. Okay, so the other Pilates
and once they get inside the building, they become vertical columns.
Sure, and then in a sense, I'm not, because I'm looking about external and what it is that really sets this apart. I'm not going to go inside, but so these we agree about the naked Pilates on the outside, the void underneath, the other Pilates that you can see in that void. Okay, all striking. And then we've got,
which is interesting actually, because the resolution to grant scheme in 2016 enclosed that as a retail unit, which is really odd.
Yeah, I'm don't worry. I mean, I'm focusing on the Tolworth Tower. Okay. And then whiz right the way up to the top. I will come back down again. So I promise when I get to the end of my list, I will tell you. And again, you can have a chance to say, well, actually, what about this? If we go right up to the top, and this is not the best photo to see this on, actually, and there may, I don't know if there's a better one, but the cap on the top, which is really accentuated by the lack of infill on that story beneath it, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's another really striking feature up there. Do we agree that?
Yeah, it's as I said, it's a beautiful building. Yeah.
Okay. Obviously, in terms of its massing, it is remarkably slender as a building, to the extent that is also a striking part of its DNA, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is if you look at it from sort of its gable end, I suppose.
Sorry, from the gable end.
Yeah, because actually it's a 65-metre long building. Yeah. So if you look at it from directly south, it's not slender at all. That's where the tapestry of material becomes the more important design feature.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, looked at from the south, or from the north, but it's more obviously there are better views, as it were, from the south. Looked at from the south, in terms of its massing from the south, perhaps one wouldn't necessarily say, well, that's very striking, because there are other buildings that are quite wide. It's just when you realise, gosh, it's really slender as you come round, that sets it apart, isn't it?
It does, and that provides that slenderness. But I think I mentioned in the presentation, that slenderness you only really get to see when you're looking at it straight from Broadway.
Yeah.
And actually, when you look at an oblique view of the building, you're looking at it in a much broader context, and you only ever see it really in an oblique view.
Okay. All right. Now, and then we've got, in terms of what sets it apart from other buildings. Now, I wonder about this. We've obviously got these horizontal bands which have these angles, and you've already pointed them out because you've put angles on the balconies of T2 and T3. So that's a striking feature, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, and we've got, of course, we've also got, and we can see it. I think this is probably why I thought it'd be helpful to have page 17 open, because it's a good shot of this. We've also got, obviously, the lift shaft, or the core that actually comes out, which of itself is striking, I think, and it's got the angles on it, which makes it even more striking. Correct?
Yeah, the vertical features throughout the elevation are strong, as well as the horizontal features. It's part of the tapestry I talked about at the presentation.
Yeah, but I'm really trying to focus on what it is that really makes this building striking, as opposed to other towers. So not just that these features are strong, but they really set it apart. Do you agree that this lift shaft that comes out and it's got these angles on it is another feature that sets it apart?
It's a design feature in the building. Whether that feature itself sets it apart is questionable. I think that the major feature is the gable end, which I think we all agree is beautiful.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, because I mean, I was going to ask you, because I know you've referred to the fact that one can see one can see obviously vertical lines going up the building, but those don't really set it apart from other buildings particularly, do they?
Well, I think one of the issues, and I think I mentioned this before, was the visibility of the columns through that elevation. I think is beautiful. You know, but the fact that you've got expression of structure that you can see through glass is really strong. So that is why this works. Is you've got a combination of vertical and horizontal elements that come together in that tapestry.
Right. Okay. So I see. So it's the seeing them through the glass that is particularly important for you.
Well, it gives you, as I said, it's an expression of vertical emphasis, along with all of the horizontal lines that come together to create the composition.
Now, if we just move just a bit out from the Tolworth Tower itself, and think about the wider complex. Now, that is very obviously, isn't it? It is a composition. The tower plus the podium plus what's now North Point Travel Lodge, podium with its fins and so on. Correct?
Correct. As I think I've said to before, that it's a family of buildings where the DNA flows from each building, and I think it's one of the reasons why I don't think the height, massing, siting of the buildings in its composition are we're at difference. I think it's why it's a common ground supported by GLA and DRP.
Sorry, I'm talking about the Tolworth Tower complex as it is.
As it is. Sorry, forgive me.
As it is. I think you were talking about the appeal scheme in your answer.
I was.
I'm talking about the Tolworth Tower complex as it is.
I think that there's an argument that says actually it was unfinished. I mean, if you look at very early sketches that were part of the submission to council in the 1950s, that there were potential additional buildings on there. So I think as a as an architectural icon, it has a strong presence from a distance, but it also has a very strong local context when you're actually walking around the site. So it hangs together well. But as I said, I think the long-term plan from Seaford originally was more buildings.
Yeah, well, I mean, I want to ask you about that because I mean, let me make it clear. It's if there's any suggestion from you or the appellant side that this is not a composition of buildings, that's not accepted. But we'll look at it. First, the first, I think we just turn back a page in your proof to page 16, actually. Okay. Now, I mean, actually, the first point I want to pick up with you, which is quite, it's actually a little bit difficult to see, Mr. Taylor, but at the bottom of page 16 of your proof, on the right-hand side, and you'll be familiar with this from the site, as will Madam Inspector, of course, but there's actually, there's quite a distinctive feature, isn't there, on the top car park deck in the form of this this cap that is echoing the angled cap.
It sits above the staircase.
Exactly. Yeah. And looking over, looking over to the left, where we've got that bit from the Surbiton News, and obviously I've noted what you say, 518, the original design intent. Now, that sketch in the Surbiton News, we don't see, do we? I mean, so many of those striking features, those DNA features that we discuss, not least, there's no pilotic going on there that I can see.
No, it was clearly a very early concept, aspiration for the site.
Yeah, I mean, we can't see pilotic. I can't see a cap either. I can't see a cap. Correct?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. So, can we then be clear about this? You're not suggesting, are you, that because there's this very early concept, as you say, of 3 towers shown in the local newspaper, that what Seaford and Partners actually built was anything other than a considered composition?
I don't dispute the fact that it's a considered solution to a town centre office and commercial centre. I'm not sure what point you're trying to get me to make, but as I've said a number of times, I think it's a very successful and in parts quite beautiful town centre development.
Yeah, and of course, talking about the Tolworth Tower complex as it is, it very much is a family. All sorts of cross-referencing going on.
Well, it is, except that it's got a sort of 2-story podium, and it's got 8-story linear building at the back, and then it's got the tower itself. The tower is clearly where the design emphasis has been, and the fins tie it all together around the external facade. So I actually find it rather attractive. I find it dated, but as I said, I'm not sure what more I can say.
Okay. Now, and actually, could I just pick up one point in design review panel, which you went to, so CD 65, please. And
sorry, could you just bear with me while I?
Sure. You're working electronically, aren't you, Mr.
Yes,
Taylor?
yes,
Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah.
Which sorry, did you say 6.5? Did you say?
I did. CD 6.5.
Yep, I've got the document. Yeah.
Thank you. Electronic page 8, please. Paragraph 3.3.
Yeah.
And what I just want to look at with you here, you took us to this paragraph, and it's the words, but read through the paragraph until we get them. It says,
well, I did earlier, and
yeah,
Madam Inspector asked me to stop, but
yeah,
I was in the process of trying to explain it.
Okay. What I just want to see if we can agree. The DRP are saying, you see where they say, after saying more could be done to make new towers distinctive and careful, they say more references to Tolworth Tower could be included, particularly the sculptural qualities of its exposed vertical structure. Now, we are, I think, completely agreed that those sculptural qualities certainly include the pilotis, aren't we?
Absolutely.
Yeah, good. And presumably also the cap.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Okay.
What I was trying to go on to say previously was that I believe that avoiding pastiche and developing an interpretation of a base, middle, and top was the right approach for a contemporary building. But as I said, I didn't go into any more detail than
that. Yeah. Okay. Now let's turn to page 5 of your proof, please. We've got a decent representation of the appeal scheme there, viewed clearly aerially, as it were.
Yes.
From the west. Now, just putting ourselves firmly in the shoes of this person on the Tolworth omnibus, thinking about the new builds. Now, there is not, is there, any side expression that in any way echoes that Eiffel Tower type pilotis shape,
and deliberately so.
Right. Okay.
As I said earlier, that to replicate it would have been a fundamental structural shift, which is not appropriate or wouldn't be appropriate for a commercial building in a contemporary context. So what we have sought to do is to look at how the vertical aspects and elegance of that can be interpreted through materiality and the expression as I've shown. So, you know, it was made clear to us by DLP and GLA that to copy it is actually worse than not doing anything. That's exactly what we've done. We've actually come up with something that's more appropriate to a building of this nature.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, no one is suggesting copying, Mr. Taylor, but I want to tick with you and see where we can or can't find references. That there isn't, of course, there isn't clear airspace or a void until second floor. Clearly.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
I'm now looking at the bottom, so from the ground up.
Well, we started off with a colonnade to create void, and were asked to remove that by officers because they wanted the retail frontage to be straight onto Broadway. Yeah. So the objective of having that sort of double height space, we designed differently because we were asked to look at it differently.
Yeah.
We do, however, if you look at the south elevation of T2, we do have that column, that void expressed, where we have the columns coming down to ground expressed very clearly, with a setback to the building at the lower two levels. It's different. It's a different interpretation, but it helps articulate the base in a not in the same way, but in a more contemporary manner appropriate to the buildings that we're designing.
Yeah.
And if need be, look at the image on page 39 in my evidence.
Yeah, no, and I assure you, Mr. Taylor, I've seen it. And please, as I said at the outset, please do not misunderstand. I am not seeking to criticize this bit or that bit or the other. What the point of these questions, from the point of view of a member of the general public, is just to try to get into, are we seeing a family of buildings that has the beauty as a family? Okay, and I'm trying to go through the different key striking features we agreed, and just hearing what you have to say about them.
Sure.
Okay. Now, obviously, there isn't on T2 and T3, there isn't a cap, as it were, floating above them or anything like that.
Well, there is, and this is one of the things that we included. If we go back to the elevations I was showing Madam Inspector earlier, between what we produced for DRP and what we've currently got, we have provided a top to both buildings. And if you look at the 3D image on page 39 of my proof, you'll see that, and you'll see how it is emphasized. It is not flared like it is on T1, but again, we were conscious, having had a look at that, gone through a design process, that copying that would have been foolish because the building that we were looking at is different. So, but what we've done is we've come up with a cap to interpret that, but in a slightly different way. And hopefully you can see that from that image on page 39.
Yeah, I assure you, Mr. Taylor, I've looked at it all, and perhaps we are getting into where the appreciation of an architect is maybe different from the appreciation of a member of the public, because maybe a member of the public wouldn't really recognize that as a familial relationship with the Tolworth Tower. You see what I mean?
I understand that, and I think these buildings have to be looked at as architectural quality on their own, as well as part of the DNA of the complex. And I think part of the reference is in the materiality and the color palette. Using a tiled finish to the exposed structure for us, using the bluey grey colorways in both in those tiles on the shoulders. But I fully understand. If we wanted a replica of Tower 1, we would have put a replica, but it wouldn't have been a commercial residential proposal. What we're doing at the moment is we're looking at creating a building of quality, of beauty, that tries to bring in details of the tower without copy, without token gestures. And I believe that we've successfully done that. Now, from a personal perspective, you might not like it, but from where we sit as the architect, and you would imagine that I'm quite passionate about this.
I do, and that's why I try to do it with as much sensitivity, because, as I say, it would be bizarre and worrying if you weren't passionate as an architect about your scheme. Obviously, in terms of the massing T2 and T3, they are wider and as it were more of a square than a more of a cuboid type shape than a, whatever you call it, an oblong.
Yeah, and I think I said before that the design process that we go through is a balance of looking at the desired use, looking at achieving a quality of architecture that we are proud of, and the financial viability of making it successful. So you balance all these things out. And a residential building, trying to avoid a linear fill on the Broadway, creates these point buildings. Now, what we've done in liaison with officers and following DRP is we've recessed the shoulders, I think 3.3 meters from the facade, main facade, thereby, and changed the colour, thereby making the principal facade on Broadway a similar width to the Tolworth Tower. And on that basis, that's where we believe that we've got the reference. But these are different buildings with a different floor plan and therefore need to be dealt with using that family of ideas, but need to be dealt with appropriately.
Now, as I say, clearly you do have the angle balconies, and those are acknowledged. I'm not sure that there is. Am I missing it? That there isn't. You refer to the vertical columns in the Tolworth Tower seen through the glazing.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that is a feature of T2 and T3, is it?
No, it's not. But we've expressed the structure on the south elevation from top to bottom, which means that you can demonstrate that some of the principles of stability that are demonstrated in Tower 1 through the visual aspect of those columns. We've tried to do that as an external elevational feature taken all the way down to ground level.
Yeah.
You might not think we've succeeded, but we believe that we've done it in a way that is deferential to the tower. We don't want to compete with the tower. In fact, that's why we moved the buildings to 45 meters away from the main tower to give it more space, more breathing space, as the DRP guys say. So what we're trying to do here is to not copy, not replicate, but come up with ideas within the DNA that we've talked about.
I thought, Mr. Taylor, they were the distance they are from the tower fundamentally because M&S wouldn't give up their car park. Actually,
it's a balance, isn't it? Because we had the opportunity to look at how we might cantilever, how we might spread the buildings further. But our view was that we could improve the setting. Yeah. We could improve the setting both in Broadway to the north as well as the setting of the Tolworth Tower. And as you said on said I can't remember one day this week that you could have put one tower on that site. What we have done is we've chosen to put a commercially and architecturally successful master plan together, including two buildings. We just and part of the process of doing that was to be significantly deferential to Tower 1.
Now, I'm going to ask you to do something that's extremely difficult for an architect who's been working on a project for some time. But having just ticked through, some or most of the key features of the tower we agreed on, if you put yourself in the shoes of that person on the Tolworth omnibus, do you agree that there is a real risk that they would not perceive this as a family of buildings in perhaps the very old-fashioned genetic sense of a family?
I think you're asking me to put myself into a position which is almost impossible.
I am, and if it's impossible, fine.
What I have done is I've gone to the design review panel, and we've gone to the GLA, and they have acknowledged that the approach that we've taken is the right one. Particularly the GLA, who refer in their stage 1 report to a family of buildings. So I'm looking at other experts to reinforce what we're saying, and not just me or us as the designers.
Well, look, the design review panel, we've already had a look at what they said, and I don't think we need to go back there. But the report they gave you said clearly do more in terms of referencing particularly the sculptural qualities of the exposed vertical structure. And the truth is, we just don't know because, and I'm not saying it's your fault, Mr. Taylor, but your client decided not to go back to the DRP. That's right, isn't it?
Well, I would suggest, as I said earlier, that our response to the DRP was to listen to the comments and react and respond in design development, which we have done. There was no at the time of the DRP, there was no reference to coming back for a second bite. We were, and there's no demand within the DRP document that Kingston issued that says you must have two review meetings. We found that design review panel really useful. It was a fabulous opportunity for us to workshop our ideas with a bunch of people who had similar ideas and ambitions for the regeneration of Tolworth, and that's how we responded. So we didn't go back because we were far enough down the line to be able to have responded.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I don't want to go down side alleys, but were you aware that Kingston's pre-application letter said a two-stage DRP process?
I am aware. Yes,
you are. We've heard that earlier. Yesterday,
and I've read it in their pre-app response. But as I said, it's not always possible or appropriate or necessary to go through that again, particularly when we received a reasonably positive response at the first pre-app. If you go the way it was discussed with us, if you go in at concept level, in other words, stage 1 or pre-stage 1 RIBA, and then you listen, then you go back and have another one, sort of 3/4 of the way through the process. Where we were in our design review was some way down the line of stage 2. And that meant that we'd already resolved a number of issues in terms of siting, height, massing, townscape, and which were all supported.
Okay. Well, obviously I'll make submission about what the documents say, Mr. Taylor, but I'll move on. One point about the Tolworth Tower is what I understood correctly that on the floor below that angled cap, the kind of floating cap, there is now more infill, and we could look at the plan. But I think that
no, if you go up to that level, you are actually reconstructing that top level within the same proposed to reconstruct the top level within the same height restrictions that currently exist, and we have all of the slots in the canopy that are there currently, and actually the line of the apartments is roughly where the line of the plant currently exists. What you do find now is around the perimeter a glass balcony, which I think
that's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about.
That's not an infill. It's transparent.
Oh, sorry.
And so what it does mean is that we've allowed the and this was a conversation again we had with officers. We decided that to provide private amenity at that level, which is not available elsewhere in Tower 1, and so therefore put a glass balustrade up to support that.
Yeah. Apologies for using the wrong term, but when I talk about infill, that's what I mean. That glass. I'm back at page 5. I'm still looking at page 5. Okay. It's the glass you can see, and my point is that it is infilling, not completely, of course, but it is infilling what is presently just gap between the slab below and the.
It's not really, is it? I mean, it's a glass balustrade which you won't see. Actually, what you will see is the shadow that exists currently, which is what defines the cap. So it's not, if we were taking the facade of those apartments to the face of the building, then I would agree with you, but not a glass balustrade, because it's transparent and allows the light to create the same impression at that level.
Okay. Well, I can see it in this visualization. I can see the glass balcony.
No, but you're looking from a bird's eye view, looking down on the scheme. Somebody traveling around the building will not see it. It's 22 stories up in the air. What they will see is the solidity of the cap, as you called it, the shape of the cap, and the shadow that it generates to create the sort of uplifting experience that exists there.
So is your position that there'll be no change to the way that kind of floating angled cap is perceived?
That's my view. I mean, that's a personal view, having worked hard with the design team to ensure that what is there currently is replicated when we deliver it. And I would add that the design development of this building, of the tower, has gone to RIBA stage 4A, which is a significantly higher level of detail to ensure that we know that we can deliver these things.
Sorry, the tower. Sorry, say that again. I was sorry. It's gone to RIB stage what?
Stage 4A, which is
stage 4A.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I understood. It's just before you go out to tender, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
So we were having conversations with subcontractor suppliers and a main contractor based on design detail.
Yeah. Yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Now, right, done the DRP with you. Now, I just want to ask you about the Pocket Plaza. Make sure that there's no misunderstanding. I don't think there is, but your paragraph 8.30, please. In your proof, Mr. Taylor, you say the ground floor provides a new public space for residents and the local community, reinstating the lost plaza from the original Seaford design. Now, I think, Ms. Taylor, that is just a slightly unintentionally inaccurate way of expressing it, because if we go back to 17, clearly the original plaza was in front of what's now the M&S, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So it's obviously not a reinstatement of the original plaza, is it?
That's meant in terms of it's seeking to put public realm back into Broadway, which is exactly what the M&S Plaza was doing. So it's not straight on the same space, because, as you're aware, the legal constraints says that we can't do that. But what we've sought to do is to put some public realm back onto Broadway.
Yeah. Okay. And understand. I mean, obviously, what you're proposing is, and I haven't got the measurements, but it's quite a bit smaller than that original plaza, isn't it?
It is smaller. We have to accept that.
Yeah. Now, I mean, in terms of what the DRP said about that, can we just have another look at the DRP report? at 6.5, and I think probably for this, just go straight back up to the key recommendations. Now, obviously, they number 2 at electronic page 5, they wanted an increase in the amount of genuine ground floor public realm to complement the density of development being proposed. And clearly they're talking, aren't they, they're talking about the plaza, or at least I presume they're talking about the plaza.
They are. They were talking generically about the fact that they would like to see more public realm on Broadway, and therefore they were seeking to establish whether there was a way that we could provide more and there was some ambiguity on their part as to why we weren't using the M&S car park like the 2016 relation to grant, and we had to be clear to them that we hadn't got that availability.
I mean, we can see if we go to electronic page 3 against the proposal, their understanding, of course, was that it would be around 400 square meters, wasn't it?
That's right.
And I think we can see that understanding, although if you go to CD 227, I'm actually going to work from the updated DAS if it's all right, but CD 27, part 2 of that, Mr. Taylor.
You can hold on 2 seconds for me.
Is always the problem with design and access statements, so they have to be split into so many different bits, isn't it?
Which bit do you want?
So part 2, please. Okay. Electronic page 16. It is internal page 68. But if you go to electronic page 16,
I've got that. Yeah.
And you'll see it's there's a discussion of option 1, and if you just pick up, you see the words about grounding the 2 buildings, and it says an additional 400 square meter public amenity space in the form of a new pocket plaza was thereby created.
Yep.
So I'm presuming that's I'm not from this document. This is the updated one, but the DRB were getting that from the DAS or some early DAS.
Well, I thought I'd explained earlier where the 400 square meters comes from. Would you like me to explain that again?
No. I heard your explanation. I mean, my point is they were obviously getting it from you or someone on your team that it was a 400 square meter thing.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. And can we make sure we agree though? And for this, you may or may not need to turn it up, but there's only actually been one witness who's given us a measurement for the plaza when measured from the corner to corner, as it were, which is Mr. Lonergan, and it was 295 square meters. Are you happy with that measurement as accurate, or do you want to look at it?
I don't think I'm not. I know what the areas are.
Yeah.
Having looked at this in some detail, if you I know the dimensions.
Yeah.
From face of building to face of building are 18 meters.
Yeah.
And as I said earlier, at the ground floor, because of the rebates with the glazing, it increases the area. Yeah. I know that it's 18.1 meters from the back wall to the boundary of the site, which is where our balcony line is. So when you calculate that, once you include all of that space, it comes to, I think it was 333 square meters.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure really. And
all right, let's go to it, Mr. Taylor. CD 96, please. Electronic page 28, please.
CD 9. 6. Sorry, which electronic page?
28. and you see what Mr. Lonergan did, which I discussed with him, is he measured from corner to corner.
Forgive me a second while I'm just trying to bring up the page.
It's there. Are you there?
I can't see.
So what
in appendix 1?
It's actually appendix 2, I think, but it's electronic page 28. What you can do with the page numbers is if you just type the page number in at the top, it goes straight to it.
I've done that, and so
Great.
what I've got is a plan of the ground of the daylight sunlight.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
with all the yellow and blue on it.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's area 4, and you see what Mr. Lonergan did is he measured from the corner, so that it's closest corner to closest corner. And I quite appreciate that T2 has this indent.
Yeah,
that he's done. You see what he's done? Closest corner to closest corner, and you see the measurement he's got down there. Yep. 295 square meters. Okay.
Well, that probably correlates with what I'm telling you at 333, because if you take that out as a linear line on the back of footpath, which is where the boundary is,
yeah,
it actually increases that area. So he's taking it from corner building to corner building. So without doing the maths, I suspect we're not a lot different.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm not. The 333 is agreed. It's just I'm just checking how it's built up, because you did mention 400, but
I'll explain where the extra area came from to achieve the 400.
Yeah, I mean, your 400 comes from the footpath, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's from the line of the building to the back edge of footpath I think it's just over a metre, and then you've got the footpath width, which has got the sort of shed X landscape in it. So what we're being I think actually we're restricting ourselves to just within the site boundary, because actually the footpath width at that point is pretty positive and would add quite a lot of value to the composition of that space. But yes, you're right. In order for us to maintain the 400, it takes a line from the north side of building 3 to the south corner of building 2, and as I said earlier, projected about 1.5 meters off the face of the building, just over 1 meter off the face of the building.
Okay, no, I see. I'm not sure we do agree about that, because I can see how with Mr. Lonergan's helpful measurement, one can get to 333 by including some further area towards the Broadway. But I am struggling to see how you get to 400. Anyway, I mean, look, this is a side issue. I think I'm going to move on, Mr. Taylor.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, the Pocket Plaza could be bigger if 2 and T3 had smaller footprint, but that's obvious. But you're happy, as you've told us, with their sizes.
Yeah, I mean, we have looked at optimizing the ground floor with all of the residential entrances, retail that I think makes that space really quite a dynamic space, as well as the substation and the refuse and all the other bits and pieces that are necessary at ground floor. And to make those buildings any smaller at ground floor is going to impact the upper levels, and therefore it will impact its ultimate viability. But we've minimized the footprint as best we can to achieve the most public realm that we can.
Now, moving to subheading that retail point, you say, and I think you might have even, through your chief, perhaps without referencing it, corrected this, but you say in paragraph 920 of your proof, Mr. Taylor, whilst we recognise that the development results in a small overall loss of retail space across the entire site, the proposed retail space at the base of T2 and T3 provides an increase in quality and quantity.
That's an error.
That's an error. Good. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Well, quality isn't.
No. I know. I understand. I understand that. Now, this point about the active frontage point, and let me be clear, because something you said made me think, gosh, we seem to be at very much cross purposes here. I don't wish to reconstruct things unnecessarily, but what I'd understood Mr. McCurry to be saying yesterday was that because the units wrap around the corner, there isn't actually a loss of shopping frontage. And maybe I misunderstood what he was saying, and that's a planning point that I don't need to get into with you. Okay. But obviously the fact we can agree, I think, that one has a unit that turns a corner, like the two at the bottom of the new towers would be, and therefore is exposing more facade, doesn't mean that one miraculously gets double the amount of floor space behind each of the facades or anything miraculously like that.
I didn't really understand the point you made about a sort of linear shop front with a meter depth. When valuers value zone A, they value it from shop front, and if you've got a return frontage, I mean, this is a value point, not an architect's point, but the return frontage is equally as valuable in terms of its exposure and opportunity to present the operator to the outside world, and more importantly on this, when you're containing a plaza, that active frontage is going to make that space so much more interesting and so much more beneficial.
Well, look, I think it seems like I had a very misunderstood conversation with Mr. McCurry on that point, Mr. Taylor. But clearly, it would be pretty bizarre if you were putting a plaza in and you weren't turning the corner with your retail units. That would be very dispiriting, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, it's part of the space. And as I said earlier, we explored a full linear shopping frontage to Broadway, and we explored the plaza. And the plaza was a choice that was made actually by the person on the omnibus that you talked about earlier, not us, which is actually quite positive in terms of what the public want to see in Tolworth.
Look, in terms of this retail at first floor issue, now I've got a note of what you said. You were talking about back of house as well, and you said because of operational challenges, and you mentioned last minute delivery, that kind of thing, retailers don't need back of house. And you said this is that I'm focusing on. So hence first floor retail taken away and converted into residential. Now, let's be clear, because you seem to be slipping into I'm not sure what, but the retail on Broadway is being, under this scheme, demolished, isn't it?
Yes, of course it is.
Yes. So it's not, I mean, when you were talking about, well, we're taking away the first floor retail and converting it into residential, actually, you're demolishing everything up to the deck, as it were, and you're starting again, aren't you?
Absolutely. My reference to taking away the first floor was to in the new build, which is clearly obvious in terms of the proposal. In the new build, we have chosen not to put a 2.5 meter floor height back of house upstairs because it has no purpose. And I think that, and as I said earlier, we sought to learn from the issues that were discussed as part of the 2016 resolution to grant, where that was adopted as part of the scheme. So I don't have. I'm not trying to pull make any other point.
Okay. Look, obviously the 2016 scheme, as we know, had a bigger plaza, obviously, because it claimed it could deliver the M&S car park.
It couldn't do it,
and it couldn't. But that was, that was what the scheme proposed.
Yeah, and if it were possible, then it would have been done already.
Yeah,
it isn't possible.
Yeah. Where do we please see the distance from the ground and you may say it's something Madam Inspector will just have to see on the site, but where do we see the distance from ground level to the top deck of the podium?
Sorry,
is it set out anywhere that you're aware of?
What do you? Sorry, I'm not following you. Do you mean the floor to floor levels of ground to podium?
I mean, yes. Sorry, I mean the ground floor.
Yeah.
Whatever that is, to whatever is the podium deck, which is going to have the landscaping on it.
I off the top of my head, I can't give you the. I can tell you what the floor to floor, what the floor levels are, and I've got a quite a clear schedule here. What I can't tell you is a drawing that shows those levels to illustrate that. There are sections I can point you to in the DAS, which, if that helps, will give you the sort of the visual appreciation. But I can't give you a dimensioned drawing.
Yeah, I've looked at the sections. Obviously, I mean we've looked at the sections and we can't see it because it just seemed to me, Mr. Taylor, that without having that perhaps basic measurement as a starting point, the appellant's position, your position, you couldn't have two levels of any form of commercial in there. You don't have the basic starting point to understand what you're working with.
Of course you do, because you've got a digital survey of the site which sets out very clearly what the datum level is at ground floor, what the datum level is at first floor, and what the datum level is at second floor. It's quite clearly set out in the digital survey, so we know what levels we're tied. I mean, we spent some time trying to reconcile the new buildings with the existing levels to ensure that we get as much a cohesion as we can. So I don't quite know the point you're making, because I know, for instance, that the ground floor, floor to floor, ground to first, is 4.56 meters. I know that the first floor to second floor is 2.71 meters. So I've got those figures in front of me.
But I think you see the point.
I don't. I'm sorry.
You don't see the point. Okay. We need to know the measurement one is working with from the ground to the deck. To know whether, Mr. Taylor, I mean, the argument we're being given on this in this inquiry is you can't have two levels of commercial of any form. You can't even have a bar below and a cozy kind of restaurant above, blah blah blah, because the heights don't work. But the council isn't convinced the heights don't work.
Well, they haven't at any time asked us to put first floor retail in, and we have taken their agreement to the resolution grant that first floor retail isn't needed. What I can say is that I've got I know what the clear internal height is for ground floor. I know what the clear internal height is for first floor. The clear internal height at the first floor is actually 2.28 meters. It's not viable. So what that would mean is if I had to take my 4.56 ground and then put another 4 meters on top of that, it would have a differential between the first floor and the second floor and the podium. Now, we have to accept that there will be slight differentials, but not 2 meters. So that is the reason why we haven't gone that route. We have got the residential height above the retail works, but to get another commercial unit in there, we're talking about needing to get close to 4 meters clear again, which steps the floor up. Now, of course, it you can do it, but you then end up with this 2 meter level difference between the second floor and the podium.
Look, you heard Mr. Felton give evidence. As I say, I can't get into a he said, she said, but his evidence, contrary to what you've said, is that absolutely the point was raised, and the council did say we want more around the plaza. So,
I mean, I would ask that to be pointed out in terms of any correspondence from the council.
Well, I mean, as I say, I can't get into a he said, she said with you, Mr. Taylor, but from what I mean, from the answer that you gave, where you said you didn't know where this first floor was coming from, I think we can take it, can't we, that no one's actually looked seriously at designing this scheme in a way to get you double height commercial around your plaza.
I mean, you would be surprised at the design iterations that we've looked at on this scheme, as you would expect on a scale of development of this nature. And we've looked at a whole raft of things and the knock-on effects and the implications of that. And then we're driven to look at as I said earlier, the operational, the technical, and the financial to get the right balance. And at the moment, without the sort of direct lead from council, we have chosen to present the scheme that we have, which, as I said, doesn't have any first floor retail in accordance with the resolution of grant scheme, which was supported by officers and members.
So I think the answer to my question is no, isn't it?
No, you didn't hear me. I said we looked at a variety of different options to look at how the space might work, and we chose not to pursue that option.
Right. So my question was, and I noted very carefully the way you answered it, no one has actually looked at getting double height commercial around the plaza.
No, I've said to you before, as part of the design development, we've looked at a number of options of how the retail could work as part of the conversation that we had in terms of the Broadway elevation or not. We have looked at enhanced space on the first floor, and we chose not to pursue that route.
I also come back again to your reliance on the resolution to grant scheme, that being a scheme that promised the much larger public plaza. So an inappropriate comparison, Mr. Taylor.
I don't think it is, because I'm sorry, we'll have to disagree, but the fact is that the officers and members decided to support a scheme that didn't have first floor commercial, and you know, we take lead from that.
All right. Okay. Let me turn now to another subheading, and I want to ask you about.
Sorry, Mr. Burton, just a reminder, I'm not sure how long
yes,
Mr. Linus has in re-examination, but just a reminder.
Yeah,
it's 20 past.
Yes, so the position is, madam, I've got a very few questions before I get to the difficult bit, as it were. Right. I mean, it may be that I can go straight through, actually, but I'm trying to gather my thoughts and look at emails at the same time. Yeah. Can I? I mean, do you need a break, madam, or Mr. Taylor?
No, it's not. It's not about needing a break, unless Mr. Taylor is desperate for a break. It was more about ensuring that Mr. Linus has enough time to do some form of re-examination, because there was an issue with the previous witness, wasn't there?
Well, there was an issue with Mr. Stanley. I mean, Mr. Stanley, who hadn't told anyone he had childcare issues until he told us. But there we go. Yes, there wasn't an issue with Mr. McCurry, of course, but I think I better just go straight through and keep my fingers crossed. Can I, subheading is, I want to ask you about what you said, your paragraph 516, Mr. Taylor, and a few bits around that. So what you say there is that the Tolworth Tower was designed as prime office space with a floor to ceiling of 2.7 meters. And then at the next paragraph, quite a long paragraph, but
sorry, does it not say was designed as a mixed use? Unless I'm reading it differently.
516 in your proof.
Yeah.
You see, sorry, the bottom, the two building elements above the podium, North Point and Tolworth Tower. I'm reading from the bottom of the paragraph. Apologies, I should have said. I'm reading from the bottom of the paragraph.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Just focusing on the Tolworth Tower. Okay, yeah. Forget about everything else. Was designed, or were, but you're talking about the Tolworth Tower, so I'm going to say the Tolworth Tower was designed as prime office space with a floor to ceiling of 2.7 meters. You see that?
Yes.
Yeah. And then you've got a long paragraph that follows it, and you're talking about shifting in working styles and so on. And then you, having referred to the 7th BCO Building Council for Offices Specification 2019 approved Part L, you say these documents highlight the limitations you see on the existing design fabric, so on and so forth. And then you say this: the clear structural zone of 2.7 meters also restricts any future occupier to achieve a maximum clear height of 2.45 meters to 2.5 meters once allowances have been made for raised access for I think that is presumably raised access floors, with a typo A, raised access floors and internal ceiling services. See that? I do. Great. Now, can we go to CD 1.129, please, which is the office viability report, and tell me when you have it up.
CD.
It's core document 129.
Yeah, I've got that.
And could you please go in that report to paragraph 5.4 at page 14?
Yeah, I've got that.
Great, thank you. And you'll see there, take a moment to just look at the paragraph, but what it tells us is that the British Council for Offices recommends a minimum floor to ceiling height of 2.45 to 2.8 meters.
That's right.
And presumably you accept that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So if I have, I'm obviously putting your evidence together with that. So therefore, the position is that the existing building can achieve BCO recommendation height because, as you've told us, you can get to 2.45 to 2.5 meters with allowance for raised access floors and internal ceiling servicing. Correct?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that it's tight, but it's possible.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Thank you. Now,
sorry, I caveat that, and I should really. I'm not an office expert, but I am advised that would still require surface-mounted services, because with 100 mm, if you've got 2.7 and you've got 100 mm raised floor, that's 2.6. And you've got to, you generally need a 300 mm ceiling void at a minimum. So, but what I'm saying is that I think if you decided to get rid of the ceiling and expose the soffit of the slab and hung your services from that, then you could achieve this. Now that is a design preference, and it limits the options of the tenant, but it's achievable.
Sorry, Mr. Taylor, your words, internal ceiling servicing is in your proof, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Right. and sorry, with internal ceiling servicing, absolutely clear. You're talking about internal ceiling servicing.
I think your services consultant, Mr. Maguire, will advise you as to what he thinks the services will be required under the ceiling. But as far as we're concerned, we've made an allowance that says that you might get away with it. But what it's doing is it's limiting. Hello?
Don't know what that was.
Mr. Lomax, I think. What I've lost my train of thought. What I was saying was that what you're doing is you're limiting your options because of the floor to ceiling height. The offices that we are involved in are that is one of the key drivers for Grade A office space currently is floor to ceiling. And if you are limiting that by compromising, then it's possible, and as I've said, it's achievable, but you are limiting, I think, your options for letting going forward. But that's an aside.
Well, look, I've put the things together, and we can see what you say, and I think I'm going to move on. Right now, energy. Now, I think it's right, isn't it, Mr. Taylor, that if we take up paragraph 3.4 of your proof, you tell us there, my evidence will also cross-reference the evidence provided by Bob McCurry on planning matters, David Price on amenity and play space, Ruth Shilston on microclimate, Jonathan Lonergan on daylight and sunlight, and Pearsley on office viability. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you've got a long list of people you're cross-referencing and no mention to the energy witness, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. I have done my best to scour your proof, and I can't see that you consider in your proof the heating system. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Let alone, of course, the fact that there are different systems for the different buildings or the distribution of the network. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Now, presumably you would accept that primary responsibility for both the heating system and whether you can distribute energy around a heat network lies with the building services engineer, doesn't it?
Well, it's a team approach, isn't it? I mean, we all have our expertise, and we all combine together to come up with the right solution. So, I heard the name architect mentioned a number of times in both both the council's case and our case, and so clearly we have an input, we have an involvement, but it is more to listen to the expert and work out the impacts that has on architecture.
Right. Okay. I mean, you are not a building services engineer, are you?
Absolutely not.
No. I mean, you don't know, for example, what the plant space requirements are for heating systems, because that's not your field. You have to, someone else brings that to you.
That's what we have experts to do. I'm not experienced at that at all.
Yeah. Now, did you listen? Sounds like you've heard a fair amount of the evidence. Did you listen in or watch and listen to Mr. Stanley's evidence?
I did in part, not all of it, because it was a lot, and a lot of it was sort of highly technical discussion, which wasn't relative to me.
Okay. Well, you may or may not be aware that we established yesterday that as regards the claimed 210 square meter thermal store that is not required at all for an air source heat pump ambient loop site wide. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Good. Can I check? Did you watch and listen to Mr. Maguire's evidence?
Again, in part, not all of it.
Right. Okay. Did you hear his evidence regarding the plant space required for a site-wide air source heat pump ambient loop system?
I did hear parts of that,
Right.
but I'm not going to comment on it because
Right.
it's outside of my remit.
Okay. Now, I heard you mention today that you established that you could put some plant on the M&S roof. I did hear right, didn't I?
There is an opportunity to reshape some of the plant that exists on there to include, and it's an exercise that we have done in the past to see what availability we can get for additional plant, because it's an obvious location that doesn't have impact on the scheme design.
Yeah. So have you looked? Because I have to say that's the first we're hearing about. Have you looked at having plant on the roof of T2 and T3, which is the current proposal, and also plant on the roof of M&S to serve a site-wide ambient loop?
No, we haven't. The plant on that's shown on the application is for on T2 and T3 are specifically for the air source heat pumps associated with T2 and T3. We have looked at broader plant requirement potential over a period of time should certain things need to adjust. And so hence looking at, there was no way we could achieve plant on the roof of T1, nor would we want to. And so therefore we looked at, as I said, the roof of M&S to see if that was possible.
Okay. Now, you went to Mr. Maguire's photograph. I think it's his figure 4 of the existing pipes. Remember some of the existing pipes in the car park?
That's right.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think we necessarily need to put it up, but I simply don't. It sounds like you weren't here for all of it necessarily, but it wasn't put to Mr. Maguire, was it, that there would need to be crossover?
I have no idea, but we're practical people as designers, and the feeling is that if you put that I saw that evidence obviously in rebuttal, and excuse me, and it's a linear pipe run in the car park, and I think we can identify where it is. But in order to take pipe work out perpendicular to that, you've got to have crossovers. Otherwise, and if you have crossovers, it means one thing's got to go above the other or below the other. Now, I don't know whether that's right or wrong because we haven't looked at that in that level of detail, but that's a common sense view.
Well, it wasn't even put to Mr. Maguire, which would be the necessary first step, whether or not those pipes would still be needed with the appeal scheme. That simply wasn't put.
I can't answer that.
Now, did I hear or mishear you say that there'd need to be a trench between T2 and T3?
I think what I was trying to do is to look at Mr. Maguire and Carl Stanley's evidence and look and see if we had to provide an ambient loop connection, how would we go about it practically, and whether it was possible. And it's clear to me that despite the fact that there are technical challenges, it would be and legal challenges, it is possible. But the reason I said that you would need to dig a trench is that because at the moment the theory was that we take it as far as Mr. Maguire is concerned, correct me if I'm wrong here, because I don't have full facts, but the intention was to take the pipework in the basement, and before it gets to the very low point, headroom wise, take it through a vertical shaft at the back of the hotel lobby, and then take it out from there at the first floor across the car park to T2. That's what I think he was proposing. Now there are obviously challenges with that, with as I said, pipe running perpendicular to existing pipes, and obviously the headroom of first floor car park, which as you know is limited. But in theory, it's possible. But what I was saying is the other option is that if you take it along in the basement and you penetrate the basement wall out to the outside to the M&S car park, you could dig a trench subject to the legal requirements and whatever's necessary to provide a trench that would connect it to T2. So there, as I said, it would be foolish of me to sit here and say that you can't do it, but it would be absolutely foolish of me to say you can do it pretty easily without the technical hurdles overcome.
Yeah, that's fine. I think I've misheard you actually, Mr. Taylor, because I thought you said a trench between T2 and T3, but you were certainly you clarified anyway. You're talking about a trench out to T2. Yeah, I mean, what Mr. Maguire said is take it through the basement and then dig a trench out, which I think is the second thing that you just described, subject of course to way leaves with M&S. All right, okay. I mean that's very fair. Right, okay. So yeah, I mean clearly where we are is you not being the building services engineer. Mr. Stanley, who is the building services engineer on the appellant's team, actually quoting you about distribution points, but he hadn't assessed himself. So what we're back to is the need for a building service engineer to actually look at this and do the necessary work, aren't we?
I'm not going to comment on Mr. Stanley's work or evidence on that basis. I assume he has delivered the most appropriate and best solution for this development.
Okay.
And right. That's all I will say.
Okay. Now, subtopic, cooling and overheating. Now, you described the process, but as a matter of fact, it is the case, isn't it? It was only a few weeks ago with Mr. Stanley's rebuttal that we on the council side, as it were, heard that actually Mr. Maguire's point about improvements to the U value had been accepted.
I'm pausing because having been involved in that conversation, when we designed the external wall of this is T1 we're talking about, isn't it? When we designed the external wall of T1, we designed it to reflect at that time the U value in accordance with the building regulations. However, you do as designers, you have a thought about what's coming ahead of you in the future, and we allowed ourselves a little bit of flexibility in terms of wall depth, and with the opportunity of increasing the insulation to improve that U value. So I'm if that is what you're referring to, then that is correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, what I'm referring to is that it was actually only after Mr. Maguire had prompted and prodded quite recently that this change was made.
Well, no, I'm not accepting that. I mean, I think what I said is that we allow flexibility in that design process, in the knowledge that the regulations were due to change. We have, I think there's a common ground agreement now suggest what that U value should be, and we've committed to achieve that. So I'm not quite sure the point you're making, because this is something, as a designer, you're always looking to do better in terms of the design profile.
In terms of what has or has not been done in terms of reducing heating risk. Now, again, I don't know if you heard all of their evidence, or Mr. Lonergan's evidence, but Mr. Lonergan, the daylight expert, he didn't know, he was unaware of any assessment about whether one could further reduce the active glazing through such as manifestation. Okay, Mr. Stanley too. Now, it is the case, isn't it, that having reached the daylight levels that Mr. Lonergan set out, there has not been a further assessment to see if you can reduce the active glazing further.
Well, I think I explained earlier that we actually looked at the active glazing amount as part of the design development process, and reduced it substantially to improve those environmental conditions. Incidentally, I did make a deliberate error earlier when we were talking about G values. And
I'm glad you brought it up. I was wondering how I was going to ask you.
I referred to lead, so then that's probably my age in terms of leaded lines, but obviously it's iron. And so from our perspective, we've looked at how best we can improve the situation. I explained on T1, and if you look at the DAS, there's 9 or 10 illustrations on the evolution of that process. But could we do more? Yes, possibly we could. Would that impact on the quality of visual aspect from the habitable rooms in the apartments? Yes, it will. And as I said at the beginning of this, it's a balance between creating the right environment for living and the issues to do with daylight, sunlight, and heat gain and heat loss. So it is a fine balance, and so hopefully that gives you what you need.
All right, we're almost there. Final few questions. Urban greening. Now, obviously, I listened with interest to what you said, Mr. Taylor. Could we look, please, at CD 114, the servicing part of that?
CD 114, is that all transport assessments?
It's in the transport assessments, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So where would you like me to?
Could you go, please, to page 28, electronic page 28?
I've got 5 documents in CD 114.
So right, one of them is delivery and servicing plan.
Yeah,
so that's the one I'd like you to look at, please.
Yes, got that.
Brilliant. And if you go, please, to electronic page 28 in that, you should see access and egress swept paths.
Yep.
Yeah. Now, the plans these are on are zoomed in, aren't they, to what is in broad compass point terms the southeast corner.
Yeah, it's the entrance to Tolworth Tower 1.
Exactly. Did you listen to Mr. Price's evidence?
Again, in part, not in whole.
Okay. Could you also please turn up the proposed ground floor plans, and for that you'll need to go to CD 14, open up the architectural drawings, go to the proposed, and go to the ground floor plan, which
Okay.
Which is, I think, 08052, isn't that?
Yes, I've got that.
Now, you may or may not be aware, because you may or may not have heard and listened, but the area that I was discussing with Mr. Price as an area for exploring the possibility of putting a trellis up was the area to the north, where you can just see there's a little door more or less in the middle of it that comes out, I think, from a back office to M&S.
Sorry, you've lost me. Is that? Are we talking about to the south of the to the south of the main entrance?
We are we're on the Ewell Road side, and it will be at the top of your plan as you're looking at it, because these are landscape plans.
No, I've got that, but I'm looking at the ground floor plan.
Yeah,
and I'm looking at two doors that come out from the core before you get to the M&S colour. Is that right?
No. I don't know. There's a little white rectangle that comes out. Yep. So it's the area north, i.e. to the left of that. Okay. And what I just want to establish with you, because it's quite difficult using those servicing plans. Mr. Price was taking them in re-examination, you see.
Yeah.
But the area shown by the servicing plans is south, i.e. to the right, isn't it? Of that area that
yes, to the south. Yes, to the south. Yeah. Yes.
Exactly. Good. Okay. Right. Thank you. And then
so that's the whole service yard area I was talking about earlier. And if I'm in the right place, you can see the little white dots that are the columns coming down from the first floor, and you can see the dotted line of the overhang of the. Can you see that? So is that where you mean?
Yeah. And you see, you referred to some kind of green wall, but actually the discussion was about a form of trellis. Okay.
Anyway. I do recall a conversation about the fact that somebody was talking about putting planters there, and Mr. Price suggesting from a landscape perspective that was going to be difficult because of the overhang. And then somebody referenced that the resolution to grant canopy that was going over the service yard, which took out the Travelodge car parking. And so what I said was that actually the difficulty in that space is it's the one service area that brings all of the servicing and refuse into the same place. It is already congested, and to put planters to provide trellis and growth is, at the moment we're struggling to get M&S to manage, I suppose, with us the use of that space, and so from our perspective, to actually put anything else in there is actually going to have a bigger impact. But
okay, look, the point I need to pick up with you, Mr. Taylor, is it had been suggested that the problem was the swept paths, but I think we've agreed that's not right. No.
But the problem is the fact that several times a week I've got all my refuse coming up from the basement for the whole development into that space where a refuse lorry comes and picks it up. I've got M&S delivering to a 40,000 square foot store on a regular basis. I've got Travelodge delivering, and I've got all the deliveries that will be coming into the tower of both residents. So it really is quite a congested area for a scheme of this scale.
All right. Okay. Finally, I think when you were when you were first, cast your mind back, when you were first briefed on this scheme and first told whenever it was to work up the whole scheme.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anywhere in the DAS or anywhere else, Mr. Taylor, any suggestion that you were briefed to ensure you deliver at least 30% of the resi as 3 beds. Have I understood correctly?
Yes, you're correct. We don't have we never given that level of brief when we're talking about developing and optimizing a site. What we do is we take the experience we have of similar sites, look at the architecture and look at the apartment layouts, and then we try and work out what is the most efficient and effective combination of sizes. And again, I think we look back to the resolution grant and looked at what they were trying to achieve, and it looked to us that the council had already compromised on the 3 beds that they were accepting. So we came up with what we thought was the right balance, and we have tested that from a viability perspective over a period of time, looking at a variety of different levels, and we're where we're at.
If you just give me one moment, please, Mr. Taylor, I just need to check with my team whether they have any further questions or questions I think I should ask of you, and I'm asking all of them, but okay, right. Okay. Well, I think. Okay. No. Well, I've had a response from one, and I'm going to take silence from everyone else as a no. So, Mr. Taylor, thank you ever so much for answering my questions. Those are my questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burton.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. Mr. Linus, please.
I'm tempting though it is to go back through the set path diagrams and the transport assessments. I resist that urge, and I don't have any other questions in re-examination. Thank you very much.
It's a Friday afternoon, Mr. Burton, isn't it? I can tell. Right, thank you very much then. Thank you. Well, I've got, as I said, I will produce a revised programme and get that sent out early next week. You've been given the deadlines for providing information in relation to the planning conditions and the planning obligation. Before I adjourn now until the 22nd, until 9:30 on the 22nd of November, are there any other updates that I need to be made aware of that have occurred during the day? No. Mr. Burton? No?
Nothing I'm aware of, madam.
Okay.
No.
And if you can provide to my case officer some potential dates as to when everybody is available during that last week in November, 29th of November, that would be fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
On that basis then, thank you very much for your time. And I will adjourn now until 9:30 on the 22nd of November. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, madam.